Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, August the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can. Thank you, Grumpy. All right, guys. So a little bit of sweating on my part this morning. I had a problem with my IB layout yesterday, so I had to create one completely from scratch. Anyway, I got into the NKLA this morning, and when I was trying to sell it, I forgot that I had to again check that pre-market or allow my trading to do in the pre-market, and I kept trying to sell it and it wouldn't sell. So anyway, I figured it out. So yeah, NKLA, that was a nice one, just over $3, got up into 345s where I was able to sell it. A grant from an additional grant, I guess, out of California for hydrogen infrastructure, an additional $16.3 million grant. So it's received $58 million now. So that is for NKLA. And because I had that issue, guys, I really wasn't able to do a lot of pre-market work. So I'm only going to be able to go over a few of them. I did see that TGTX is an earnings play. TGTX is an earnings play, and it has gapped down badly on earnings through the 200-day moving average. NCLH. So after last week with, I guess, RCL lifting, but NCLH released earnings today, and this is dragging down the rest of the cruisers. This is a big gap down, guys. Underneath 20, and the next low looking left is 1953. Now that is for NCLH, and that's a big gap down. You know, this is after a nice run. RCL lifted both CCL and NCLH last week, but they're all down now. AMCS, AMSC, sorry, AMSC. I'm trying to see if there's any reason for this one. I know this was a big one yesterday, but it pulled back. It sold off quite a bit. But AMSC on the move. I don't see any specific reason for it. ABVC is right at the top here, guys. 88% run. ABVC, low float, 2 million in the float. Signs a term sheet to earn licensing fee of up to $20 million, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the news for ABVC. ZI, guys, earnings play getting hammered down here. Lots of earnings plays, of course. Where are you? I know I saw you. There you are. Down 18% on earnings. ZI. Another one, let's see, there looks like there's a lot of support. Could be a lot of support around 2056. Look at that daily chart. There's a lot of action right around 2056, so it's not that far away. And HLIT, I'm hearing HLIT. I know it's an earnings play. And is it moving to, yeah, this is on the way down. HLIT, another earnings play. Big gap down through the 200-day moving average, that blue line you see there. And let's see, the next low looking left on the weekly is around 12. Meanwhile, Tupperware continues. This is the premium, well, whatever you want to label it, but let's call it the meme stock, guys. This is the premium meme stock right now, TUP, because there's no real reason for all this moving higher. But TUP up another 22%. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Now, so let's take a look at, so this tub, so it has a little bit of room, $5. So it's taken out, actually, there's a little high there, I believe. Nope. So it's over five. So the next highs look like around 545, 546 in that area. That is for TUP, TUP. Okay, yeah. So the Nicola NKLA is pulled back somewhat. I may look to get back in that one. That looks like it's got this sort of news that right now these sort of stocks are just moving. The only deal with it, I think it's a big float. Yeah, it's a huge float. So it's not like TUP or some of these other really, really cheap ones that are with the low floats. Keep an eye on Yell. As crazy as it is, even though they appear to be going out of business, keep an eye on Yell. This was a tremendous trader yesterday. The 200-day moving average is up at 236. So I know it's down 9% right now, but you never know. KWeb. So KWeb, first little crack in KWeb, guys, after this is China, of course, China ETF. So if KWeb gets below 31, which was the low of Friday, I guess. Yeah, the low of Friday. Excuse me. That could signify a bit of a sell-off. How's XPEV doing today after that big sell-off yesterday on that downgrade by UBS? Yeah, it's still hanging around 20. It is still hanging around 20. Yeah, I could not see any news on AMSC. I could not see it. It's right at the top here, but I cannot see not any news today anyway. Doesn't look like they've pre-released. They release on August 9th. Doesn't look like they've pre-released. It may be another, it could be. Listen, the only thing I'm going to say, I mean, maybe they're not officially meme stocks, but I mean, there's no rhyme or reason. It's 58%, pretty low flow, 28% or 28 million. Again, we don't have the short float percent. I haven't seen this one for a while. This guys, I'm still kind of struggling with my ID. I've really got to make sure that I know exactly what I'm doing. I know there's some kind of a global set for orders and stuff. I just can't find it. Really? Oh, 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 oh! I know what I forgot to do, guys. Okay, let's see if this is gonna, hopefully this is not going to, oh no. Ah, what has happened? My Chris microphone is not active right now. So you're probably gonna hear a lot of background noise, unfortunately. Let me just see if I can activate it. Ah, shoot, it's not even in my, well, guys, I don't know what to say, but yeah, my noise canceling software has disappeared. So yeah, you're gonna hear probably a lot of thumping and bumping, and you're definitely gonna hear my dog. Ah, just give me a moment here. Why is that disappeared? Well, I don't know. I'm just going to. No, I didn't do anything last night. I didn't do anything last night other than fiddle around with my IB layout, but that shouldn't have affected it. All right. I may have just loaded crisp. Let's see. Okay, I may have done it. I may have done it. Now it may not work today because I usually have to do it before I open the room, but let's see. Maybe a little clapping. If you didn't hear it, then it's working again. You heard the clapping? Okay. Now it's because I've just done it now, so hopefully tomorrow. Anyway, sorry guys. All right. OCEA though. Here's another one, guys. OCEA. Okay, just give me one moment. Just one moment. There's some setting I might be able to okay. Um, what else is happening here? Well, let me take a look. What time is it now? 9:15. I better get to the upgrades and downgrades and see if there's anything interesting today. I've got to take a look at APLS. Okay, it's way down already. I see that, yeah, Bank of America is downgraded from 114 down to 40. A little late, BOA. Anyway, um, let me get the upgrades, see if there's anything. Actually, not very many upgrades this morning from briefing.com. Let me get them in. Try to be gentle on my typing keyboard. That's what I wanted. AEO, an upgrade. Take a look at AEO because it looks like it's a pretty big upgrade. Goldman Sachs has been upgraded. Okay, so AEO has been upgraded. Let's see if this is a good one or not. Reason I say this 11 to 18, but where is it right now? Okay, so AEO has been upgraded by Barclays and price target of 18. So it's still underneath that price target. Not that it's going to get there, as we know, but would have been nicer if it had seen Morgan. Morgan's been on fire. Barclays is also upgrading BBWI, and with an upgrade target of 45 for BBWI. It's got to get through that 200-day moving average first. Take a look at some of the downgrades. A lot more downgrades than upgrades this morning. That SN something or other is a pink sheet stock, isn't it? That SNMP is a pink sheet stock, I believe, Cam, unless it's been changed. I did see it, but because it's pink, I sort of disregarded it. MXL, we'll have to take a look at MXL in a bit. Riven has been downgraded, RIVN, by Cantor Fitzgerald. Not much. I want to take a look at MXL when I finish this list. It's from briefing.com. Where do I get my upgrades and downgrades from? If you go to briefing.com, it's on their website. Okay, briefing.com. Okay. Now look at Yell, guys. Look at Yell. Um, MXL. I want to take a look at MXL. MXL, and it's a downgrade to 25, so it's already there. Okay. Well, we have it anyway as where do I even see this SNNP? And so we still have it listed as a pink sheet stock, but actually it's Amex. I'm looking at Interactive Brokers. It says Amex. That's right. This happened yesterday. I remember this one now. Evolve transition. I remember this one yesterday. So this is actually, at least according to Interactive Brokers, it does say Amex. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors right now. I want to See what's happening. We're in for. I've got to add the spy now to my watch list. Well, anyway, the spy is where's the spy? Okay, so the spy is we're in for a negative open. Okay, when I say my watch list, this is an interactive brokers. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new, and then a docked channel bar, and then go down to show more, and then sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is XLE is the major ETF for energy. When you see 100% in red, what that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So when you just do a quick look at tech, 89% of them are down, 73% communications. There is no strong sector to start. Staples about 50-50. Of course, this can all turn around once the market opens. So this is what we're seeing right now. Now, what I do want to see is where is XLE with respect to the 200-day moving average again? Yeah, still above it. See, that was the only major sector that was stubbornly below where all the other ones were above. And then on July the 24th, July the 24th, it finally popped above the 200-day moving average and it has remained there, but it's not hugely above. Oh, I add the SPY to my watch list. Crazy. Watch list. Oh, well. I'm talking to myself. I know. All right, guys. What time is it now? 9:23. So let's take a look to see if there's anything else sneaking in here. I know I did not mention this MSGM. This has been a pretty active one. Up 15%, 1.22 in the float. Not very much volume yet. So I'm trying to add it back into my interactive brokers watch list. UPTD, guys. UPTD is another one. And thank you, Denver. I know you posted a lot of stuff in there. UPTD is another one. Wow, that's a super low float. So this is a SPAC. All right, guys. Well, it popped up to 18 in the pre-market. UPTD is another one of those crazy SPACs. Any thoughts on Yell? Well, William said he could get to five. I mean, I know he doesn't know. Nobody really knows. I mean, there's no reason for this. They're going out of business essentially, but it's turned into another meme stock, in my opinion. Okay, so I think but there's the 200-day moving average is above it, 236. I think we just have to wait till see how it opens. But I mean, they're in theory, they are going out of business. I mean, there's your headline: trucking firm Yellow ceases operations. Okay, so the only thing we saw was that some fund, and that was relatively, I think it was July 14th, maybe, indicated that they had a fairly hefty percentage of it. And William surmised that maybe they think they'll be able to get some of the whatever's left when they go out of business. I don't know. Many of Yellow's customers saw this coming and shifted cargo to other providers, but it doesn't matter. I mean, right now it doesn't matter. This is just a stock play. Hmm. I agree, Denver. 30,000 jobs is not, as they say, nothing to sneeze at. I mean, it's not quite like Tupperware. I mean, I don't, no, there's no reason for Tupperware to be doing what it's doing either. Tap. Is this an earnings play? Yes, it is an earnings play. Wow, look at Tap, guys. Tap on the way down here. Molson Coors. So Tap is on the way down here. And wow, this is a big gap down now. 8%. The next low looking left is 63.63. Did I mention RMBS, guys? I'm not sure I mentioned RMBS. I think this is, and I know, there's so many I didn't mention. I'm sorry. I mean, I just issued GPS. GPS is moving higher. And look where it is. It's right at the 200-day moving average. 1092. So it's right at the 200-day moving average. Not an earnings play, so I don't know what's going on. Gap partners with Love Shack for the limited edition collection of every generation. Okay. Whatever that means, but okay. So that is the news for Gap. The Gap. Exactly, with the MNK. Exactly the same thing. Another bankrupt stock that should not be trading the way it is, but doesn't matter what we think. 1 minute. Okay, guys. Thank you, William. So 1 minute until the market opens. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. What news channel says UPS was going to buy Yell? Sure, why not? That's from Neil in our YouTube room. All right, guys, we are now open. Mark is putting a little bit of a pop here. Little bit of a pop. Okay, guys, so we've got a couple of early ones here on the 10-day daily breakdown. ZI is an earnings play. Big gap down now. Look at the weekly chart breaking down badly. ZI. Okay. That's a little early for me, unfortunately. I mean, this looks like it's going to, it's had a little bit of a pop. Went down to 1960, pop back up to 20. But this looks pretty bleak right now. Zoom info and TGTX, another one that showed up at 1148. Again, just a little. A little too early for me, but this is what I'm talking about. My 10-day daily breakdown, my 10-day daily breakout. So there's the AMSC on the no news, 1641 on the alert. This got up to 25 in the pre-market. Boy, clobbered guys, clobbered down. TGTX. I did not take it, of course, because it's just too early for me. If this had been an all-time low, I would have been in it, but it wasn't. Surprised this was not halted. AMSC. Not yet, anyway. But so here's the other one that's just been kicked hard is APLS guys. APLS is another leg down. Boy, that was a okay. So that is not that happened actually. 1679 AMSC got up to and pulled right back down. I thought maybe the chart was wrong. There's a great example of why I don't like trading right off the bat. Or this is just continuing down, guys. There's a dollar from the alert. ZI. Again, I just don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Though, look at this. Look at this. This is now a lifetime low for ZI. It just cracked the lifetime low now for ZI. Now AMSA, I don't think there's shorts. Probably no shorts available for me. Oh, 800,000 shares. A little too whippy though, guys. I mean, now it's turned into a short. Now there's the yell, guys. Yell just showing up now on the option scanner. Well, the high yesterday, if you're going to take this one, I would probably wait for a break of the high yesterday, which was two. And then you've got to contend with 201 is there and then 218. So there's a little bit of resistance maybe between here and two for the yell, YELL. Look at the ZI guys, just absolute collapse here. Now there's the yell guys. Guys, I'm just getting used to this well, it's not a new platform, but my new kind of layout in IB. So bear with me. And this is halted. Is this halted? Yeah, yellow's halted. Okay. Wow. Where's that Pepe? Oh man. Okay, guys, there's CLS. Now this is the one that really caused me some. I think you may have heard that I was thinking of swinging this one yesterday, the CLS. So I had to recreate my IB platform from scratch. I had to add in every single boy. It's not easy, is it? And I tried to load a previous layout. It just wouldn't let me. It had all those layout dates, and I kept getting an error message. So I'm struggling right now with this look. So here is okay. So there's the halt for yell guys, 224. I don't have the they used to have some kind of another the size over here. I don't know how to get that. Doesn't matter. But there's the halt for yell, 225. So there's no big. All right. This is an all-time high. So if you remember my talking about CLS yesterday, this had earnings a couple of days ago, and it was an all-time high yesterday. Got just over 22. Actually, I think I took it in the after hours or just before the market closed. And this is my big swing. Well, guys, there's Mr. Tup. So what's the next high looking left is 560, and then 577. So 560, 577. If it can get through those two, then you've got $8. I'm not saying it's getting there, as you know, but those are your next two high levels looking left for TUP. I'm just waiting on this yell. Where is it going to open? Look at that pullback by Tup. Oh, it's scary now, guys. Yeah, look at that pullback by Tup. I know I'm whispering to myself. I know. I'm not even paying attention right now to the earnings plays, but HLIT is an earnings play. And let's see, I think TTI, I think it was a downgrade or an earnings play. Earnings play, guys. TTI is an earnings play. Whoa, this has got some room. Next low looking left is yesterday's low was 425. It's just breaking down underneath four. It's still positive for the day, but it's selling off from the open. And there's the SNMP. So yeah, so Do apologize for this. This is not a pink sheet stock anymore. This is actually an Amex stock. So if you're wondering why it's not showing up on some of your scans, it's possible because, well, there's the yellow. Yes, okay. I don't have to worry. You might. Okay, guys, I'm going to get to 2:30. Okay, I've just taken some off of the L. Now the next high is looking left in case it wants to keep moving. Well, there's the 200-day. That's right. That was what I was looking at. That 200-day moving average at 236. That could block it for a while anyway. Okay. See that blue line in my daily chart? That's the 200-day moving average. That could block it. I think this is not an earnings play, but I believe this was downgraded. SILV. SILV. I think this was a downgrade this morning. SILV. Now it's pretty close to 5. Next low looking left is 475 on the weekly chart. All right, Ion Q guys. Ion Q 1943 was the alert on the, so that is okay. This is interesting. It just took out yesterday's high, 1933. So this is on the run now, on the move here. Ion Q option scanner. Next high looking left. It's got some room. Look at this on the weekly chart, 2225. You're not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high looking left, 2225 on the weekly chart for Ion Q. Yeah, QBTS is actually showing up also on the option scanner. QBTS has a little bit of room. I mean, on the daily chart, 292 or so, 290, 287 is the next high looking left. Actually, I'm wrong. I think there's a, yeah, 257 is, so there might be, it might struggle to get through 250. All right, guys. Top holding 5 now. TUP holding 5. Ion Q did not take it. Ion Q, I'm getting set. What time is it now? 9:45. So now I can start looking a little more closely. Some of these, I can wait that first 15 minutes. I know I made an exception with the top, but not the top, but the yell. So if yell takes out that 200-day, at 236. I could really get it rolling again. I did get there because then it would have room to 275. Looks like 275 would be the next highs in that area for Yale. Well, guys, kind of like that. So Yale now is just at the 200-day moving average, 236. It's just at it. You can see that blue line. Will it pop through and just run? Do I see the two hits on the AI? You mean the two? Are you talking about the two alerts weeks? I do see them. Sure, yeah, I do see them. Okay, guys, Yell looks like it's clearing that 200-day moving average. Oh, here's another one showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, guys. ARI, ARI. Oof, lots happening. Is this an earnings play? Yes, it's an earnings play. I don't think I can take this one though. It has to definitely has to break 10, but even if it did, it looks like there's a little bit of support around 970-ish. Meanwhile, NCLH continues. Look at this. Wow, what a move now. Earnings play, guys. 1869. Wow, 1869 is the next low looking left for NCLH. Yeah, for me, the on the Matt V, this is an AI alert from us. To me, 18 is a little too close. Like if you look at the weekly chart, anyway, that's me. That's what I see. All right, guys, yell holding that 200-day moving average. Trying to anyway. Still a little bit above it, 236. So it's at 248 right now. Another memer from the day. Well, I don't know. Maybe not. Cost. I don't know. I think I'm thinking of another one. All right, guys. Yell. This is now 276 is the next. I think I said next high looking left. 275, 275. Next high looking left. Give me a moment, guys. So yell again. The next big level is at 275. 275. That's the next big level. 275 looks like there's some action on the weekly chart. Boy, if it gets through that, I mean, then you've got four. Meanwhile, boy, some great shorts. I haven't taken them. NCLH and SILV. Some great shorts. All right, guys, big level now for Yale. 275, 275. Takes that out. Then the next highs on the weekly are around four. Another halt here. So SNMP, so that's halted on the way down, looks like. Yeah, halted on the way down, or it just resumed. Sorry. Now, remember this one from yesterday, guys. The GDRX was a big one from yesterday. Uh, Starting to give it up. The next low looking left is 760. Yeah, a lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. So you can see that 276 level kind of got stalled so far by Yell or for Yell. I'd much rather look at the earnings plays, but right now these little guys are are so active. ADMP on the move, guys. Another cheap one. Well, look at this one. ADMP on the move. Excuse me. The next high looks like, boy, it's on a really interesting level on the daily chart. 264. Looks like 264 is the next high. And if it can get through 264, then, well, 260, 281, but ADMP, low float, another low floater. And I'm sorry, it's halted. This is halted. Guys, yell again. Yell. Yell again is right at that 276 level. It's a struggle to get through right now. And you can see this, it's just right over here. 275 is that high, and then next to it is 273, next to that, 278, next to that, 3. So you can kind of see between here and 3, there's, these are weekly candles, highs. So a little bit of a struggle to get through there. Meanwhile, yeah, AMSC, I did not take this one. A little too wild. It showed up actually as on the option scanner as a potential long at the beginning. It's still up 41%. Really? No news that anyway we can't seem to find. Is that correct? Yeah, and another crazy one, guys. Well, you mentioned that one also this morning. Melancrot, whatever you pronounce it, Melancrot. Anyway, another in theory kind of not bankrupt stock, but certainly in a lot of problems if the opioid settlement does not go their way. They're trying. I know they're trying to. I'm just trying to see what this is saying here. Basically, if they are forced to pay, then they're basically going to go bankrupt. I don't think they've got 100 billion. I don't know what the settlement was supposed to be, but many billions of dollars. I don't know, Dan, but I mean, it's got to get through that 276 level. If you saw what the question on a YouTube room, about Yell, it's got to get through that 275, 276. Ah, brush. Shoot, you're right. I got this. I got a note down to look at brush, but I forgot about it. Yeah, so they did the reverse split, and what is it? A 1 for 25 reverse split. So you divide 2 million shares by 25, and that is, though I think we looked at another site and it said it had 10 million, but even 10 million. So that would be what, about 400,000 shares, okay, in the float now for BRSH. All right, guys, I am watching this GDRX for a potential short. I'm just watching to see how it's trading underneath this 9 level. And they showed up on the 10-day daily, I'm sorry, in the option scanner at 890. Okay, actually it's right there, so it hasn't really moved. A little pop up to 894. But of course, why I'm looking at it, because look at the gap underneath 759. So this could be just a lot of profit taking after yesterday. Because you know what? It closed near the high yesterday. So hey, welcome, Doc. If you're new here, welcome to the trading room. Okay, guys, again, this yell is right at this critical level at 275. Got to get through that 275 critical. I mean, critical in our little world for a while anyway. Yeah, so NKLA did have some news this morning. I did trade this in the pre-market. Did okay on it after sweating trying to get out of the trade with my new look IB. Um, but did have a little bit of news this morning. Boy, this is one big wow now on the AMSC. All right, so at least now we're getting some idea. Shares are trading higher amid claims of a new superconductor from a group of physicists. So that's pretty, that's about as vague as you can get. Okay, so because we're trying to figure out, well, why was AMSC running this morning? Now I'm just seeing this here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Mm, yeah, I know the noise canceling is not working today. So, guys, okay, Yell over that 275. If listen, if Yell cracks three, then the next high looking left is around four for Yell on the weekly chart. And again, as always, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. Well, there it is, guys. Another new high for Yell. Now, if you're new to the room here, I'm not trading options, okay? I trade the stock. It's called option plays because what we're looking for are stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, so for instance, here's Yell. It is trading 31,000 contracts a day. That represents 22 times normal. That's at 22,224%, 22 times normal. Okay. Welcome, Hanger, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. Well, listen, next stop. Uh, And another memer on the move, guys, Carvana, CVNA, CVNA. And again, whether it's strictly a meme stock or not, I'm just going to call them memers because there's no real reason for these things to be moving like this. Well, I'm just going to say it. I mean, whether it's a real meme stock, I don't know. But I mean, there's no real. How else do you account for this move when it's basically going to go out of business? So whether we call it a meme stock or something else, it's just easier for me to say this is a meme stock. Well, the AI is suggesting a short now for Yelp. Now, probably, I don't know how many brokers have shorts available for Yelp. I know I don't at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean ZI is an all-time low. I mean that's a I can't say it's a miss by me because there's no way I could pay that much attention to it, not with what was happening with Yell. But this is an all-time low now for the ZI. I'm even inclined to a lot of shares available, 7.2 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. So most brokerages are going to have a lot of shares available. I haven't even looked at the market. So the Dow's up a little, Nas is down a little, SPY's down a little. So there's a minor disconnect in the market between the so-called value stocks and growth stocks. I'm sure you can hear my dog this morning with the noise canceling off. There you go. All right, guys. So I'm actually looking at ZI now. I may even take a short on this one. I know it popped up a little bit, but it's so weak, and it's an all-time low, down 26%. I get it, and I should, there may be a bounce play coming, but well, here's another one, cheap one though. EXFY. Wow, EXFY, not an earnings play. I don't know what's happening with this one. Expensify, EXFY. Wow, what a drop. Really no action in the pre-market, so there was no clue this was going to happen. Any news on this one? EXFY, not an earnings play. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one, guys, but just getting clobbered here. A lot of shares available. Well, there's certainly no chart support trade swings. I mean, so that's the key thing. No chart support for ZI. And remember, guys, you want any one of my scans, just ask. I'm going to be, what time is it now? 10:12. In about 15 minutes, I'll go over the information you can find on my homepage, including all of the scans that I'm sharing. Boy, yeah, there's been some turnarounds on these cheap ones, guys. Look at the QBTS. Now this is a, potential short. Too choppy though. I mean, you get these ones that initially were on the option scanner to go long, and now they're to go short. A little too choppy. As somebody's mentioning RYTM. Oh, I see David in our YouTube room. Yeah, I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, earnings play, RYTM. I did see it, just didn't have a chance to really talk about it. But RYTM, boy, it's been what a run, 19 up to 21.36. The 200-day moving average, 22.30. So it's about a dollar away from the 200-day moving average. Mm. Oh, that's GRTX. Another one. Look at this coming into the 200-day moving average, GRTX. The X coming into the 200-day moving average. Boy, there's been some great shorts here, guys, in that 10-day daily breakdown and the option scanner. Another one just cratering on earnings here, guys. ESPR. ESPR. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's still up a little bit. I guess cratering from the high, 187. I guess it's not as much as a crater as I thought. I thought this was a more expensive stock. I thought I was seeing $18, but it's not. Yeah, we are aware. I don't know why. It's well, our provider. Give me a moment. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm pounding on my keyboard. Forgot. Well, yeah, weeks. It's an earnings play. ZI is an earnings play. Okay, so that's why it's up. That's sorry. That's why it's down. ADMP halted up. Okay. Wow. When did I mention that one? There's there's almost too much going on. So this is not a yeah. It doesn't trade options. ADMP does not trade options, so that's why it's not showing up on the option scanner. But it's trading right there. 228 was the alert from the 10-day daily breakout. 228 at 9:55, and now we're halted at 376. I think what I'm going to do right now, I know it's a little bit early. Normally I do it around 10:30, but boy, I think we've got a lot of probably have some new people in the room. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're on YouTube or the main room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. I will go later sometimes than 3 p.m. if there are questions, but typically 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And I am now putting my homepage link in. Okay, so this, when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now on a monthly basis, Barry 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Now I can get you, if you do want to get an annual subscription, I can get you a better promo code. It'll get you 25% off. So if you have a monthly subscription right now and you want to upgrade to an annual, just let me know. And remember, if you do take a monthly subscription, which is fine, you can go month to month. That promo is only good for the first month. The 15% off is only good for the first month. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup, login, etc. Important introductions to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, Michael Noss created this. Michael will actually be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 while I take my break today. Okay. So you can ask him maybe about this Trading 101. This is free. So if you're new to trading, I think this is an excellent course that you can take a look at. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free, and you can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday mornings. Now, if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Great user guide. So there's our getting started section again. So if you want a lot more detail about what an alert window is, or a top list window is, or about their racing, I would also take a look at price alerts. Really important to set price alerts on the charts. So simple to do. There's that getting started again. So as I mentioned, the daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room, and today's Tuesday. So it should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that before I take my break. And I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. Okay. And last, so if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, just scroll down and here they are. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market acts as up and down. This allows me to see, well, obviously what ones are moving in the pre-market that could set the tone for the rest of the day. A couple of races that I'm sharing. Here's the halts resumes right over here. Now the 10-day daily breakdown and up. I'm sharing it, you just don't see it. I can't put everything on the shared monitor, but this is kind of what it looks like. It broken up though. So this is the doc version, okay, with all four of the scans in here, but you can have them individually. And then this is the options plays right there, option plays. And this is the don't repeat version. So I can kind of go back and take a look where what time the first alert was and what did it do from there. And what else? And I do have some other scans that I am sharing. Single stock window is more of an information window. Okay. So as always, this is a free room. So let's keep it that way. How do we keep it that way? Well, every time if you take out a subscription and use my promo code, the room gets credit for it. Okay. So this is obviously the company uses this as a marketing tool. So they love to see if it's working. So the more subscriptions we get by using my promo code, the company knows the room is working. So again, if at some point all you have to do is save my homepage link, and down the road, if you want to take out a subscription, great. Also, if you save my homepage link, then of course you'll have access to my scans and the education section anytime you want. Okay. Ah, you're right. The PXDT IPO just started, guys. Ooh, not good. Not yet, anyway. Was priced at $9. I don't know how many shares were issued, but it was priced at $9. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. See dust. $14 million offering. So if it was priced at nine something, so not that many shares offered, maybe about a million, excuse me, about 1.5 million are out. And it is now it's not halted, I don't think. 1.66. Okay. Now where are they out of? We don't have any information. Is it US? I could check, but if somebody knows where they're out of, or is it China? You can't hide, okay? The question is, how can I get my entire layout at once? You can't because I've got so many I have other scans on other windows, other monitors, and but it's not that hard. All you have to do is go and you can find these. These are the three scans that you see, okay? This I can't share anyway because you'd have to load it yourself. So the reason I do it this way is people can pick and choose what they want. Okay, so you just pick and choose what scans you want. Boy, this Sylve, what this out of Japan. Thank you, William. Well, look at Tup now. Yeah, Tup on the move again, guys. A new high for Tup. Boy, that's a big pullback. So it's put on a dollar since that low right there, 466, and it's halted. Just got halted also. Then ADMP, yeah, ADMP just opened, and my guess it's higher. Yes, it is, and this could easily get halted again. So, John, if I understand that, now that's what I also thought. So, after 2 to 3 days, you might have to wait that first 2 or 3 days before everything clears, and then after that, it just kind of rolls, right? As long as how long does a halt last? Typically they're 5 minutes, Tony. If you look at the halt for SNMP down here at 10:06 plus 12 seconds, it opened right at the second, 5 minutes later. Typically, they are 5 minute halts. And if it's not a 5 minute halt, then usually it's a multiple of five. And or why some, wow, look at the NCLH, boy, missing out on that. That's a tremendous short also. Look at that. NCLH 936 was the alert. 1958. It is now almost a dollar below. Earnings play. Yeah, I'm not recommended, Tony. Okay. I mean, halts are very, very tricky. Right. No, I understand that, John. But that 1K will take that 1K will take the 3 days. The only way I play halts, and again, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing, is if a stock now I don't know if this would have happened with the ADMP. Probably not. But you see where it got halted at 313. So now, of course, it immediately just popped higher. So I mean that didn't happen. But if the halt price was 313, so had it opened and then dipped down below 313, I don't mean like down to 150 or something, but say down to three, like a little bit of a pullback underneath the underneath the halt price, and then it popped up through that halt price again. That is when I will sometimes take. Okay, so I'm not putting any sort of an order in ahead of time. Well, usually, I mean, what we've noticed over the last several years on halts, usually the first halt is pretty good. In other words, when it opens, it usually pops. The second halt can be okay also. It's usually the third halt that sort of the uh-oh moment. Okay. And that's not scientific, obviously, but no, in this particular case, also what you can do, this is what, why don't I have the size here? Not that it's a big deal to me, but anyway, oh, this may because it's on the halt. But anyway, you can see this. This is halted 590. This is Interactive Brokers. Now that used to be a blue screen. Now it's a black screen. This is Interactive Brokers. I wonder if it's a different time in sales. So there's the halt at 590. There is a projected open, okay, of 619. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. And top opened and dropped 566. So was top ever halted before? No, it wasn't halted before. Now, again, this is coming into, yeah, I mean, the next high looking left is 8. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high. Well, meanwhile, this one is still going crazy. ADMP. Do we have any news on it? We had some news last week, but I don't see any news this week. The news really is the float, 2.7 million in the float. And some group somewhere has got a hold of this and just, you know, and then they're hitting scanners all over the place. Now, coming into maybe resistance, 889 is the 200-day moving average. And feel free to ask questions, all day long. Only 447% move today for ADMP. Imagine waking up. So this yesterday was, a sleepy, sleepy, sleepy stock for the longest period. I mean, this, going back to May, doing nothing, 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 nothing. And I still don't see any news today for it. Now look at that drop now. Wow. Eight 32, 578. I'm sure it's. I'm just going to say I'm sure it got halted. All right, this Holster Zoom scanner is going crazy today. Okay, guys, I'm actually kind of watching ZI right now. It's pulled up, still underneath 19. Sage is not an earnings play. Okay, Sage is trying to pop here. It's had a tough, tough not a tough month. 49 down to 34. Trying to have a little bit of a pop this morning for Sage, SAGE. Okay, Yale may not be over. Oh, look at NCLH. Wow. Big, big, big miss. Well, listen, guys, if you took it, your next low's 812. 812 is the next low looking left on the daily chart for NCLH. That is a big gap down. Let's take a look at CCL. Yeah, look at CCL. I mean, just being affected also. And of course, RCL. What the heck is a spy called in the IB so I can add it to my watch list? I'm being in dollar spy. I'm getting a bunch of. Thank you, SPX. Spy does not show up though in IB when I type it in. It's unknown. That's what I mean. Boy, look at that. NCLH just continues to move down. So I'm really looking at the ZI to see if it, continues. Look at RCLH, RCL. Well, when I type in SPY, Has not found. Anyway, really? Oh, wait a minute. You were right now. Okay. Well, before it was anyway. Thank you. You were right. You guys are right. I must have. I don't know. Must have typed something wrong. Okay, guys. So I was. I was trying to do something else. Yell, guys. Take a look at Yell. I think what's happening is, yeah, look at that. 254 is the VWAP, so it kind of held the VWAP. Okay. So this could be in for another charge. I would probably wait for it to break three again if you're going to do it. Boy, this stuff just won't quit. But boy, that's it. You got to be really careful. I mean, you can look at that bottoming tail. I mean, all the way back down to five, and then right back. Look what's happening. So you've got to be. You cannot take very many shares because where are you going to put a stop? Highly risky. Now, well, you're mentioning TGTX, so now it's breaking down underneath 10, and it's again earnings play just getting hammered here. Now, the next low looking left on the weekly chart, it looks like it's right there. No, it's below that. So the next low on the weekly chart is wow, 688, 688, almost $3 on the weekly chart for TGTX. Well, this is probably the short of the day because when I look at NCLH, look how orderly it was. There's that 945 candle. Since then, it's just been straight down in an orderly fashion, not huge red candles, just making its way down. No big topping tails that would take you out of a trade. Certainly no green candles on the 15-minute. It's super orderly all the way since 945. Well, PJ, I don't think you're a subscriber, unbelievably. But one of the scans that I've got is called, I don't have it up and running, but one of the scans I do have is called Well, I guess I don't have it anymore. I used to have it here, but up big yesterday, down big today, and down big, and the reverse. It looked like this. If I can just type it in big. Here we go. Up big yesterday, down big today. I don't know why I've got it over and over again. I don't know why I named it that. That's a mistake. So yeah, so these are so for instance, there's a TGTX. You look at TGTX, it was up big yesterday, down big today, as an example. So there you go. So for instance, you know what? I may even put this up for a while. Just kind of monitor it for a while, especially in earnings season, because you're going to get stocks that probably were pretty well ahead of earnings. Maybe they were running ahead of earnings, and then all of a sudden earnings come out, and it's a big uh-oh. Okay. Um, yeah, take a look at oh, gosh, NCLH. Well, will 18 hold it? 1809 is the next low looking left. Rhetorical question. Now there's Carvana guys again making another all these brokers who are piling into Carvana with these price targets way below, of course. Okay, guys. I'm sort of stubbornly watching the ZI. I mean, the ZI may bounce, but it's still hanging underneath that 19. Boy, another great short on the EXFI. Just don't see any news on it. So right there was the first alert for EXFI at 10:10 Eastern time, and the price was 661. Now we're down to 628. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so here's another example of a stock that was down yesterday and now bouncing today, ONCY. I may take a look at this one for a while. Again, especially during, not that this was an earnings play, but just to give you an idea, what has to happen, I'll break this out, open the alert window. So this is what I'm using. Okay, first of all, the alert is going to be a new low for the day. This will be stocks that were up, so up at least 5% yesterday. Okay, up at least 5% yesterday. And then today they're going to be at least 1% down from yesterday's close. Remember, the stock had to be up 5% yesterday. Then now it has to be down at least 1% from yesterday's close. And it has to be, of course, below the low of yesterday also. Okay. Now, this thing, the value is at least 0.5. I don't know what that is. So that's why I'd have to check that. That's why I can't really share this because I don't know what that custom formula is. I can't even remember why I have it. I could check, of course. But okay, guys, we actually have a little bit of a bounce now for ZI. So, guys, yeah, a little bit of a bounce now for ZI. Now, the VWAP's at 1914. So, will that block it? But that XPEV is just still hanging around that 20 mark, isn't it? Yeah, XPEV. So, here's Wish on the way down. Now, this has got some room down to about 8. 830, I think, is the next low looking left for Wish. 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 So ZI, guys, it looked like maybe that VWAP is going to stall it. Yeah, this Wish has got some room. 830 is the next low looking left for Wish. And it's not an earnings play. It has earnings on the 3rd. So a couple of days from now. NVDA. I haven't seen NVIDIA for a while. So let's take a look at, instead of NVDA, let's take a look at NVDL. If you want to go long NVIDIA, but you don't want to pay whatever NVIDIA is now, is it what, $400 or so? in that range. Anyway, you can buy this one. This is a 1.5 time long ETF designed just for NVIDIA, NVDL. And of course, if you wanted to short NVDL or NVIDIA, you would buy NVDS. This is just a flip. So if you think NVIDIA is going to go down, you would buy this one. Ribbit. RBT guys, just popping up here. I know it's Rubicon. Let's see. Looking left, the next high looking left. Wow, $1.50. Is that right? $1.50 on the weekly chart. That's the next high looking left, but the 200-day moving average is sitting right above it, 116. And that's for the RBT. Is now just, I remember when this one was a lot more expensive. Well, yeah, over here. Okay, wow, what a run for AIXI. Almost a double. Well, in fact, a double in what, 2 weeks? A double in 2 weeks for AIXI, China stock. I don't know what they do. I don't know if that's anything to do with AI, but anyway, there it is. All right, what is the spread like for this AIXI? It's not great. 10, 10, 15. Not great. But if it moves and there's no float, no short float, give me a moment, guys. I just want to find something out on that AIXI. It's just interesting in this solution tracker website. I don't see where it says the short float percent. I always have the float, but I don't see where the short float percent is. I don't know if it's on here somewhere. Here's reverse splits. That's what I should be looking at. All right, I should have been watching Brush just to see if something crazy is happening. BRSH. I know they did the reverse split today. Not really. Okay. All right, guys, AIXI. Of course, it's an all-time high. It just started trading as AIXI back here. AIXI. Look, I tried to get some at 1020. I couldn't get a fill. AIXI. The spread is widened again. Ooh, look at that spread. 1011, 1030. This is not, if you're asking me why I have INVZ, this was just something where I was demonstrating yesterday in the simulator, okay, triple own. I don't even know if it's is it an earnings play tomorrow. So no, I'm not. This was just demonstrating how to use the simulator, and I just didn't exit the trade last night. That's all. This is in the simulator. Should probably just get rid of it. And so the question was actually, would I hold INVZ through earnings? And the answer is no. I would hold nothing through earnings. But again, I just happen to have that one here still because I didn't get rid of it yesterday. This is in the simulator. Okay, guys, AIXI holding is holding over 10 now, guys. Hmm. Okay, I've picked away on this AIXI. The spread is not great, but I need that bid to catch up to the ask now for the AIXI. Yeah, TUP is looks like it's right on top of the VWAP right now. TUP looks like it's right on top of the VWAP, but it's been a wild one. I mean, oops, I typed in yup. Yeah, so there's the VWAP 521, so it's right on top of it. But these are pretty big pullbacks. 592 back down to 525. You cannot take very many shares because where are you going to put your stop? Ribbit, RBT. Well, coming into that little resistance area. No, what it was the 200 day. That's right. Because 150 is the next high looking left for Ribbit, RBT. Okay. But there is the 200 day moving average right at 116. So it's right there. Well, guys, I mean, this could be this could turn into the crazy one right now. This RBT low float. Well, what did I say? I think I looked. It said 5 million in the float of that other site, so it's right at that 200 day moving average. It's just got to really clear that 200 day moving average. 116, because when you look left, it does have some room to about 150. Any news on this one? Probably not. Yeah, I don't see any news. Has earnings on the 8th, so that's not an issue. I am a little surprised that we're getting all this action with these low floaters. A lot of times the low float action sort of disappears while we're in earnings season because there's so many, earnings plays to look at. And then when earnings season dies down, that's when the low floaters come back. But boy, oh boy, we're getting sort of double barreled with everything hitting us. Let's see. Oh, it even trades options. Well, of course it does because it's right here. Yeah, I know. I had to check another site. I think it's 5 million in the float. Actually, I am wrong. Wow, I'm really wrong. So for this one, it's 63 million. So that's a pretty big float, guys. 63 million for a $1 stock. So it may not go crazy, crazy. And we now have we have a resumption for CTNT. So okay, guys, this is an IPO. $4. Okay, so a little over a million shares issued. So it's a $4 IPO. So it's, no enthusiasm yet. When I say that, I mean it's not way above this is all over the place right now. But where are they out of? They're out of the US. So I wish they were out of China. Why I wish they were out of China? Because these really, really cheap China IPOs are the ones that can go absolutely crazy. Okay, guys, I knocked myself out of the AIXI. Okay, so I'm gonna keep an eye on it later on, but just did not want to get back up to that 1020 or 1030 level. So took a loss on the AIXI. All right, guys. So Yell is actually not bad. I mean, it's just hanging around three. YELL, of course. It's just hanging around three. Boy, this is whippy. Oh, brother. CTNT, very, very whippy. But what I'm going to do is I will stick an alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out at some point during the day, which is at 410. ANET, just do it. Okay. All time high. Just do it. Earnings play, of course. That's why the big cap, big pop. Usually, when we see something like this, an expensive stock, usually we can find a reason. Not necessarily the case for a lot of the cheaper ones. Yeah, ZI really. I mean, I almost flipped the script on it. Not quite. I didn't do it though, unfortunately. But yeah, I was saying, this could turn into a bounce. It was getting into the VWAP, I believe, and 1914 was the key. Took out 1914, and look what happened after that for the ZI. All right, guys, 11:17. So in about a little less than 45 minutes, Michael Nosh should be taking over for me. I'm just going to confirm that. Okay. Let's take a look at some of these other ones down big. I'm just interested to see what sort of looks we're getting from these. So these are up big yesterday, down big today. So if it's in yellow, that's what that means. It was up big yesterday, down big today. And so a couple of the major filters, it had to be up at least 5% yesterday. It has to be down at least 1% from yesterday's close, and it also has to be below yesterday's low. Okay, so that's what this one is looking for, and that is Kava right now. It's got some room, guys. 1193 is the next low, or 1190 is the next low. Another new low for EXFY. It still has room. Well, I missed the boat on a lot of these great shorts. There's too much other things happening, so could not concentrate. Well, okay, so the question is, this is a new one. It's new, only that you haven't seen it before. I've had this one for a long, long time. In fact, I used to have it in my on my homepage as one of the ones that I was sharing, and I took it off just because I don't know. I didn't want to get that my homepage overwhelmed with all sorts of different scans. But somebody said, they look for stocks that were big yesterday, and then had big day, and maybe the second day they don't. So I thought, okay, I'll bring this one back just to see what it looks like. That's all. I can give it to you. You can take a look. However, what I want to do is I want to rename it because, oops, rename it. Properties, window name. Oh, and I duplicated it. Up big yesterday, down big today. There we go. Okay, here you go. Anybody else wants it? I'll just pop it into the rooms. Okay. That's the above scan. Okay. Is there any specific reason why the China stocks are going down? Not that I'm aware of. Maybe just profit taking. I don't know if there's China ADRs fall on weak domestic manufacturing data for July. So there's your reason. If you need a reason, I don't. I'm not dissing you, Travis, but there is a reason. If people are looking for a reason, that is the reason, I guess. Yeah, Tuck is doing a pretty decent job actually of holding the VWAP now, guys. Yell is just, I mean, it's Yell could be that one that has the late day move. Let's take a look at Yell again. And it's just sort of hanging around. We talk about this quite a bit. A stock that has a huge move, and then it appears like for the longest period of time, not doing too much, and then later on in the day has that move again. Not saying that's going to happen with a Yell, and I would not anticipate it would happen. In other words, not going to take the trade right now in anticipation that it's going to happen. But you can see that if it can take out 315 again later on, I mean, it has room to 4, so one never knows. So that's what I'm saying, just put a price alert. Just put a price alert, right? I put it actually 324 again. Actually, that's an AI alert on a short, although I have a feeling that not many could short that. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stick a price alert at around 312, and then see later on if that takes it out. So here are some earnings plays that I did not see. Let's take a look at WEC. WEC is an earnings play. Didn't see it, didn't really do anything in the pre-market. WEC is an earnings play though, and it's just barely positive. Okay, looks like it's going to take it out. EBS, high of day, contract news. All right, I know you said to keep watching this AMSC mini me, so let's take a look at AMSC. Did hit that high, yeah, in the pre-market of 20 something. Yeah, 20, 25, 25 or so. Yeah, trying to come back a bit. There's the VWAP, 1620. So again, I wouldn't be taking this until it really cracked through the VWAP. Well, I mean, there's the VWAP, 1619. So very, very close. A lot of volume. So it's traded the float now. 28 million have traded, 28.5 in the float. So it is traded the float. And now we see, well, the so-called news claims of a new superconductor from a group of physicists. Reminds me of all those cold fusion plays. Cold fusion, solving the energy crisis with cold fusion. Well, again, guys, so this is what I'll do. I will put an alert just over the VWAP. So the VWAP is at 1618. I'm going to put an alert at about, say, 1629 or so. Okay, and see if it takes out the VWAP, moves above it, then see what it does there. Does it keep moving or does it stall for a bit? Does it come back into the VWAP? Ideally, what I'd love to see is it comes up over the VWAP, comes back down into it a little bit, maybe even takes goes below it, and then pops through it. But we won't know until till it happens, if it does happen. Well, certainly it was it was a meme stock, Blue Apron. I mean, I'll call it a meme stock, okay? I'll call it. I mean, for lack of a better term, for all these crazy ones that move with really no reason, other than the fact they've got a low float, and a lot of them have a high short float percent. Okay. Well, the VWAP is the VWAP. See, I mean, okay, so there's no setting. Okay, it's just a fix. It's There's no setting for it. Okay. Do I day trade meme stocks? I have day traded meme stocks. Yes. Do I hold them overnight? Rarely. But I rarely hold anything overnight, so that's not. Now listen, I mean, the meme stocks officially, I suppose, are GME, AMC, and well, in the old days, Bed Bath& and Beyond, which is now, basically defunct, no matter what you read on the internet. You mean AIXI? Denver? Not AIDI? I'm looking where the D and the X are on the keyboard. Well, D's over X. Oh, ADAI, I was wrong. Okay. Yeah, I think they do, Kishore, because, the VWAP, well, not here, not in the single stock window, for sure not. So if you have the single stock window, that VWAP is the VWAP. I can confirm that with other, platforms. But if you draw it on your chart, I think, well, I guess if you've got pre-market data, okay? Okay, PJ, I have to thank you. Then I'll let you sit there for a while, but I have to thank you. Thank you. So, let's see if you can look at Yell. It's still kind of hanging around $3. Yeah, EBS. Somebody mentioned EBS before. A little choppy. Very, very choppy right now. Anyway, very choppy. But if it gets going, the next high on the daily chart, it looks like it's around 840, 836 on the daily chart. Well done, PJ, on the ANET, ANET. I don't have AI up anymore. So as a thumbnail chart, let's take a look. Yes, it is taking off. AI is taking off. You're absolutely right. Big level for it to try to get through. The high of a couple of 3 days ago was 43.75. If it gets through 43.75, then the next high is 44. So it's not got about $1 till the next high. Now, if it cracks through that, then you're talking into that 48.50 level. And you know what? You're right. Like 50 shares. I mean that you don't have to take a lot of shares. Well, good luck, trade swings on this one. I'm going to hold off. I'm going to wait for a VWAP break on the AMSD, but good luck. What a move for Carvana. 44 to 48. People at JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley and all those brokers that are put these price targets of like 10, 20 on Carvana. Do we have a Carvana in my neck of the woods? I've never seen it. I have no idea. In Canada, I don't even know if they exist in Canada. Carvana, CVNA, no idea. I've never seen it. My guess is no. The answer is no. Four companies like Carvana in Canada, but nope, no Carvana in Canada. Okay, guys, NCLH. You want to play VWAP? Let's take a look. NCLH. NCLH. Right at the VWAP, 1914. A little bit over now, guys. A little bit over. So this could be a VWAP break play. I'm going to watch this one. The next high looking left is, on the 15 is 1977. So, okay, good for you. I'm talking to trade swings. Good for you. And I'm talking about the AMSC that really just charged right through that too, right through the VWAP. It was mini me. It was mini me. Sorry, it was mini me. So how well does it hold the VWAP? 1616, so it did pop up. 1653, it has come whoa, right back down below it. Whew, it's a tough one. Guys, I have to go for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So here's another one. HRYU. Is this a now this looks certainly not going to be a US based stock. South Korea. Interesting. South Korea. Okay, I have an alert set for CTNT at 410. All right, that's true. This is the IPO today. Okay, guys. So this is so interesting. This NCLH over the view app. I might take. So what time is it right now? 11:44. Yeah, I may not be able to do it. I may not be able to do it because I'm going to be taking my break. This is really interesting though, guys. NCLH, you take it now and put your stop at the VWAP. That's a 20-cent stop. You look left, 1979 is the next high at 40 cents to the 1936. You get 1976. So it fits into a one for two at this current price. No, what's the word I want about my break? I'm adamant about taking a break. Always stuff happening. So, but if I can point out an opportunity for others that makes sense, great. Hey guys, I just want to. Oh, it is not Michael today. He is vacationing. So, yeah, Michael's off. He's on vacation, so he's not going to be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So I have to see if anybody's going to fill in for him. If not, I will only take a very short break. Thank you, PJ. I know, I don't often do something like that. 184.49. And you know what that number means to me? It was just soon after you mentioned it. Okay, looks like Chris will take over, guys. Chris will do double duty this week. Telling you guys, you want Michael's not in the room, not going to be in the YouTube room today, but he always talks about a trading plan, always talks about a trading plan. So, I am not a big VWAP player. I mean, I'm aware of it and all that, but I'm much more of a momentum style trader. I don't look for stocks that are at pull back and then move through. But this is an idea of a trading plan. You want to take a look at where the VWAP is and then trade around it. GCT daily breakout. Let's take a look at GCT daily breakout. Is it an earnings play? Probably not. Okay, August 30th. Giga Cloud Technology. Yeah, you're right. This is 1171 or so, the next high looking left. 1178. Sorry, 1178 is the next high looking left. Low float, China stock, 5.6 million in the float. What's the spread like? 909, 913, not terrible. Not trading a huge amount. Half, like 0.56 is the only trading half normal. That's the only thing, perhaps. So if you do want to take a look at the VWAP and, take a look at maybe, if you want to become what I'll call a VWAP type trader, trading, seeing when a stock is near the VWAP and goes above it, and maybe comes back to it, touches it, and then starts to move from it. I've got a couple of scans if anybody's interesting. Bobby, not necessarily. I mean, look at Yell as an example, okay? I have an alert set for the high right there, okay? So, I mean, I already had the huge move. I did partake in it, but if I hadn't have, but this is still up 59%. Later on in the day, it might get up over that $3 level, and I've got a price alert set there, and so that is an area where I could take the trade. So, you don't have to take the trade right off the bat. These momentum plays, especially if they rest for a few hours, then all of a sudden they get going in the afternoon. They can get going in the afternoon. All right, so somebody wanted the VWAP one, so let me just see near the VWAP over. So these are top list, okay? So these are going to show you stocks that are nearer the VWAP, just over it. And then the other one, stocks just under the VWAP, okay? And these are top list. So they're not. So what you do is, of course, you click on the alert. You're going to see that it's going to be right near the VWAP. So what I'd be doing is I'd be probably putting an alert above the VWAP, maybe, I don't know, depending on the price of the stock, a dime above and maybe a dime below, and see which way it goes. You could combine them. Yeah, you could combine them weeks. Yes, you could put them in one scan, in one top list. I don't have it in that fashion, but you could. The VWAP is the VWAP. It's a common question, Travis. The VWAP is the VWAP. Okay, there's no time frame. The VWAP is. I mean, there's no VWAP for the 15-minute chart or a 2-minute chart or a. Okay, the VWAP is the VWAP for the day. Okay, and that's what that number is. If you have my single stock window, or if you have your own, and you put the VWAP in there, that number is the VWAP. It doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. This does not use pre and this does not appear to be anyway. Uses the pre and post market data. The reason I say that is that when I draw the VWAP on our charts, it doesn't look the same. The numbers could be a little bit off, but that number right there is solid. Okay, that's all I can say. It's solid in my single stock window. Okay, guys, 11:55. So Chris, looks like Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room. Michael's on vacation this week, so Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room. A double dose of Chris this week. Wow, I'm not in that anymore, unfortunately. PJ, that's a great call, really. Super, excuse me, super great call on the ANET. That's what you call a steady mover, no giant green candles, certainly no red candles, and it's an earnings play. It's really, really nice. Tomorrow, I'm waiting for another one. No pressure. And of course, one of the reasons that, why I loved it is because it's an all-time high. So, no chart resistance, obviously. Look at that stock composite rating, 93. So this is a combination of fundamentals and technicals. 100 is the tops, 93 is really good. If it pulled back, I might even get back in it. It'll never happen, weeks. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the announcement in, get rid of my music. And I may be back sooner. I don't know. I don't expect Chris. He doesn't have to have the whole hour. He's got things to do. So I'm going to put 12:30. Okay. Okay, guys. I will put myself on mute in the main room now. You've got. I should be back around 12:30. No, I'm good. I'm good. in terms of Chris is going to come. He'll be in the YouTube room very soon. And there's that little pin. No, Chris, listen, I'll come back at 12:30. Okay, you don't have to do 2 hours.
Oh, I don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind.
Listen, it's that or my brain's gonna melt from what else I'm
Or what
doing
you
right
don't
now.
really want to do. Okay.
Exactly. So
Okay.
I might as well. This is a good excuse so I can stop for a while.
Okay. Well, it's nonsensical. We're talking in front of everybody, but but still.
Yeah.
They're wondering
I
what the
have
heck is
no qualms
nonsensical.
about expressing my displeasure with this, so publicly.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's okay. I won't say anything, but I'll go right now. But listen,
Yeah.
I can show up, earlier than 1 o'clock for you. Okay. If you want.
No, that's fine. 1 o'clock
You
is
sure?
cool. Yeah, 100% sure. Take your time, Barry. You relax and take it easy.
Okay.
I know you won't, but all the same. I'll see you in a little bit. Take care.
Okay, you bet.
All right, everybody. So you get me 2 days in a row here. Michael's off this week, getting some much deserved rest. And I'm filling in. So you give me 2 days in a row. As per yesterday, doing this as an open forum. So, any questions, please fire those away for me here. No pre-done content for me or anything like that as per usual. I will always do my best to keep it informative and moving and relative to what's going on around the U.S. market for the day. But of course, like I always say, I find we all get more out of it when you folks are driving the content of the hour with relevant questions to the software and the market. So, anyways, with all of that said, not a whole lot going on in the market for me today. As alluded to with conversation with Barry there, I've got a lot of other things that are currently going on that have me tasked elsewhere. So excuse me a moment here. Sorry, getting something up. Sorry, just I needed to throw a message in there. What do I think of this week's swing trade CLF? Nothing at the moment. I honestly had no idea that's. I'm guessing you mean trade of the week. Swing trade. I'm guessing trade of the week. I haven't looked at the chart. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. The steel sector got hot, didn't it? I feel like we talked about that on Friday was it Monday last week? Did I do an extra session last week? I can't. My brain is melting. It's seriously melting right in front of you folks. Steel sector. SLX. Where are you, SLX? I feel like we went through a whole lot of these the other day. Oof, that is ugly down there. SLX. There we go. So steel sector looks decent here, right? Sitting off all-time highs by not a whole lot. So yeah, it's a good-looking sector overall. All right. So I just want to get a snapshot of that, and then we'll jump back on CLF. This one lags a little bit. Lags the rest. How does it compare to the other benchmark of this here? X. Yeah, pretty similar to X actually. Interesting. I don't know if I think, but I think these charts don't want to cooperate with me at all right now is what I think. Kind of obnoxious. So kind of looking at this right here. So looking at that level, that color kind of sucks. Let's try that. That's a little better. Like looking at this level here, this seems to be a big deal. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get this to expand out. So we can see right here, this is a pretty big deal right here, this level. I mean, the drawings just don't want to stay. It's kind of ridiculous. Sorry, folks. Try that again. So, I mean, we can see here when we touched that there, fell back under, got back above it, and, you know, danced around it a whole bunch, pierced it, really shot out, back under and over, back under and over, back under, and fighting with it again. So I'd be interested in it above that line, maybe even a touch more above that line. You know, 1885, 1875, whatever the high as this is also going to be a challenge for it. I would say 1873. So, you know, right now it's in a battle zone. So I wouldn't personally be going in at it, but what I would say is this, for those that are looking to find maybe a stock that's going to play catch up in a sector that's been kind of hot, you know, define a risk zone here for yourself, right? Is it here or is it here, right? In anticipation of maybe that 20 break, if you believe above this line, this isn't a concern here as well, right? So, you know, if you were entering somewhere in here, here's your risk, there's your reward. That's probably 1.75 to 1-ish, 1.65 maybe to 1 on the ratio. I prefer a 2 to 1 ratio personally. It would depend on where you want to consider that stop. Would you consider a stop down here, the bottom of that, earnings candle, that post-earnings candle, right? Are you considering a stop down here? Are you considering a stop down here? And then what are you thinking for a realistic target side, right? I know the trade of the week is supposed to be, a trigger and then I guess a week hold or whatever it is, or I can't remember. I don't really look at the trade of the week much anymore. I think sometimes there's a target on there, but those are defined levels that I'd be looking at and then putting together if-then scenarios from there. What I would say to this point also is it looks like it bottomed here, at least for the moment. There's a low, a higher low, a higher low, and this looks like it might be a higher low too. And there's a high, and trying to make a higher high here if it can hold this level in here. So then you have the beginnings of an uptrend as well. So it looks like a constructive chart to me. Sorry, I'm just kind of talking through this in real time, what my brain is doing and seeing. So pardon the scatteredness. But it looks like a constructive chart without any question. Maybe more of a symmetrical triangle look that's going on up this, or an ascending triangle going this way. A lot of volume came in here on that earnings day as well. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Looks like a constructive chart. Not sure what the trigger price was on that. Let's see, that's yesterday. Here's today. So kind of mute with the market overall as well. And that's my short and skinny on that. That's what I got for you. Like I said, there's a few risk areas. What's the one that interests you the most? Is it here? Is it here? Right? Going to need to be above here, I feel like, poking its head through and falling back through. Is it winding up? Is it coiling up to burst through? Remember, from failed moves come fast moves. So, you've got a big battle going on here, and then, a couple of days of battling going on here where the buyers are just eking out some wins on this, right? And so if the sellers fail to drag it down, that's what's happening there. Now, I would say from the perspective of failed moves comes fast moves. Usually, the failed move, fast move thing is you can't get above and then it's a fast move back down. We can see it does that pretty quickly here. Does it pretty quickly here, right? Does it pretty quickly here. So it's not something you want to play around with. If this doesn't move in your favor, I'd be prepared to bail quickly. That would be me personally. What you do is entirely up to you, of course. So yeah, X and that look pretty much in line with each other, I think. Show stocks making financial high or fractal highs, while RSI is showing lower highs at those fractal points. That's top of my wish list for TI. I wouldn't even know where to start with that. That would be a market explorer thing, and you'd need a whole lot of people to want that perfect circle for Michael to do that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, but look, here's the thing. We've seen a lot of charts that had situations like that. Similar things going on, right? Let's look at Carvana here, all right? You get this move up and it's kind of toasted here, and then all of a sudden, this massive breakout on it, right? Who's someone else that's did something like that? All of a sudden, like kind of moving ugly sideways, chopping, and then bam, right? On a lot of these stocks here. Who's someone that I'm trying to think of more examples of things that were looking not so wonderful and then really took off. I don't think Beyond did it, right? Yeah, a little bit. Not too shabby considering off below $10, made it almost to 20. So that's one of the things. I don't like, for lack of a better term, the no guts, no glory. But it's not no guts, no glory. It's the having some well-defined if-then areas, and then having the guts to be able to pull that trigger. Because obviously, having come out of a bear market, you're going to find a lot of things that are going to have resistance levels that it has to bust through, right? And you can wait for things to set up on the higher side, obviously, but there's also things that will be setting up or breaking out from the lower end too, like that CLF. So that's that. Overall market, whole lot of nothing again today. I mean, it's down 1.68 the SPY. It's good for just over 1/3%. Sitting just off recent highs. A lot of indecision days here after that bearish engulfing dark cloud cover, whatever you want to call it. The sellers couldn't quite get it yesterday. Had that ramp all of a sudden at the end of the day. There is a saying, the pros close the market, for whatever that's worth. It's a market where as soon as you start leaning one way, they'll punch you in the mouth the other way and then bring it right back afterwards. A lot of trickery, but look at this beautiful kind of stepping up going on. So again, I wouldn't be surprised to see this do this for a few more days before deciding, does it want to step down or does it want to step up? And those are the two things that's what I'm kind of looking at for the overall market drive right now. A lot of things have made some big runs. Going to need a breath. We could look at the bellwether names here. Here's Apple, kind of looking very similar to what's going on. It's got earnings in a few days, so obviously it's going to be one of the biggest anticipated things. So, Netflix after that earnings tumble here, had moved up beautifully here, right? Beautiful moves up all through here. It's kind of pulled back, gets above this level. All of a sudden, Apple looks good. The rest of the market looks good. Netflix starts to follow suit, maybe. The Googs sitting up here nice after earnings. Looking real decent there. Amazing. Amazon. You got that coming right with Apple. Amazon struggled. Amazon's the laggard of all of this stuff, I do believe, right? Got to wonder at some point if they start to play catch up. I mean, I can't imagine that a gajillion people aren't ordering stuff off Amazon every day still. Trying to think of what I just had a symbol in mind I wanted to look at. This isn't what I wanted to look at, but it just popped in my head. NVIDIA just still sitting here real strong. So, I mean, you've got this unbelievable trend up here, and it never really gets out of line on that trend, right? By out of line, I mean like really capitulating to the upside right until you get this massive gap, right? Then that gap, it holds, and we make a move up, and we make a pull back to the, the top of that range there, kind of hold, another move up, and we're holding again. And if this thing just kind of keeps grinding sideways and moving up, it goes back to, I think I said to Barry yesterday when we were passing back and forth that I feel like we're in the third or fourth inning. So maybe we're in the bottom of the third with a couple outs, or the top of the fourth inning with no outs, and in this AI bubble. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's all over already for AI. Hard telling, not knowing, as they say. But I know NVIDIA is a big participant in this AI bubble. Maybe it's not even a bubble. Maybe a bubble is a bad term to use. I have no idea, obviously. In retrospect, we'll know, but I'm a huge fan of bubbles, just to have a trading plan, be on the right side of it, execute, be disciplined. If you see there's a bubble going on and you don't really know how to trade it, stay the heck out of it. You see there's a bubble going on and you have some well-defined risk plans and you're willing to stick to those, and, you're going to execute accordingly. You're bound to, take some wins and losses in it like that, as long as you stick with the right plan. But, again, I'm reminded of bubbles like this here. Let's, bring up the weekly charts. Imagine getting 30% of that move, 20% of that move. I mean, that's unbelievable, right? No one's ever getting 100%. No one's getting 90% of things like that, right? But, again, something with this here. My point being is that we try to identify these things, these setups, set up if-then scenarios that make sense for us and our risk plan, and then execute accordingly afterwards. So I'm still a in and out buyer of Palantir here as part of this AI bubble. SOUN, had a nice little move here over a couple of weeks, since giving it back. Will it come back? I don't know, maybe. BBAI is another one that, could participate in it. Had this pretty sizable move, to say the least, here from, probably sub $1 to just under $7 there. Could this do it again? These are things that I'm keeping on my radar. If a nice setup comes along again, not in any of them. I am in Palantir, but I'm not in these. What was another? I mean, just, the AI in general. Look at this. That's kind of, doesn't look too shabby right there, to be honest. Sellers come in for it hard here. Buyers come right back to it. Sellers come in for it hard here. Buyers will come back into it. Now, I would caution some falling volume here, right? Caution that, right? Not as much conviction on the way up here as the way up here had more conviction. But again, where trading plans come in, above this level here, you got all these topping shadows. You break out above those, then you've got here and then here. You start to look at some pretty lofty levels on move up of there. So, just looking to be prepared, on these. If you're looking for other things that may be similar to this, a lot of computing stocks, a lot of cloud computing, custom computing, things like that. These are the kind of things I'd be looking at here for good setups as far as that goes. Is laser one of them? Can't remember. Motor vehicle electric. I don't know what they do. Design, building, marketing, long range LiDAR products. Their dress requirements of global. Sounds like a bunch of word salad nonsense. But, well, we'll see. Not a really good looking chart, to be honest, on that weekly chart. Getting off topic now, sorry. Nikola, NKLA. Aren't they getting delisted? I mean, things got a gajillion shares traded in it a day, so it's hard to not want to day trade this thing. Swing trade, I don't, they've never produced a car, right? I don't think they have. But you can't argue this, a lot of volume. We've got some sizable moves here percentage-wise. Can't argue that as far as day trading goes. That's for sure. Speaking of electric vehicles, it's a heck of a move here. Pull back into this here. And this thing, bases a little bit. I'd look out for another assault on 300 here. I'm one of those people that really has no opinion on Elon Musk. He is what he is. I don't like him. I don't dislike him. I just have no opinion on him. But what I can tell you for sure is it seems like everybody that's bet against him so far has been sorry they have. Will that continue? I have no idea. I know there's Twitter's a disaster and government subsidies and blah, 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 blah. The list goes on and on and on. But somehow, some way, he keeps eking out ahead here. Maybe his luck runs out at some point. That's why I kind of stay away from Tesla stock as a long-term trade, as a long-term anything, really. It's just such a cult stock, and it's so attached to news and what he does and things like that. I prefer not to risk my money like that. But to those that have and have done well with it, kudos to you. Without any question, kudos to you. But, overall, this looks like a decent chart, especially if we can hold this level here, If it can hold up above this 230, 240 level. Another assault at 300 doesn't seem unreasonable at all. What do I think of STNE? That's one of those custom computing ones, right? Yeah, I know Holly alerted on it. It's one of those ones that's I'm almost always ready to pull a trigger for a long-term position on this. And I literally never have. Of course, hindsight's 2020. Boy, I should have back here when I was looking at it. And obviously I didn't. And obviously that happened. And then it's just really come undone for so long afterwards. I don't know what to make of it. But boy, if it could ever get going again, right? Obviously the potential's there, right? And you got this long, long base, as JC Peretz would say, the bigger the base, the bigger the boom, right? Custom computer designs, probably going to have some kind of AI tailwind to it if it could ever get rolling, if they ever decide to pump it, the stock, and put out some kind of news press release or whatever you want to call it like that. So not a small float, obviously, so not something you want to mess around. I mean, not something that, generally speaking, has ridiculous size moves. Consistently. It does obviously have some big moves that it's taken. We could see, some of these bigger candle days to the downside. On this side, we've seen some bigger ones to the upside here as well, all in retrospect. But it takes some interest to definitely get this thing moving. It's not moving on its own. This $15 level, $14.50, $15, that seems to be a big deal. Above here, this thing could probably roll a little bit, right? And above this level here, then you're looking at, just under 20, 19 and change. And then you've got this big gap looming after that above that $20 range. So it's something I would keep an eye on. You know what? I'm going to do that as a matter of fact. For now, we're going to throw a little heart in there to take a look at that. Oh, definitely keeping an eye on that one. Oh, sorry. I skipped you, Yellow Jacket. Been watching TAST for a long swing, liking the bounce on 10 days starting on 7/18. Restaurant group. Oh, Burger King and Popeyes. Interesting. No idea that this is what this was traded under. It's got to be a big float, no? Wow, that's a small float. Interesting. All right. Learn something new every day, right? Kind of a deep flag here. I'm going to move off of that. This level is going to be tough to get through. Obviously, if it gets through there, $8 is a likely possibility. So yeah, not a shabby chart to be looking at. I think you've got a couple of levels you could define as risk. Is it down here? Is it more conservative in here? Right? All reasonable levels to look at, I think. They go back enough price touching, all of them to be valid as far as risk levels go. And above that, again, you're looking at above this, you're looking at 6 and change, and then 8 and change. So you got some pretty defined stuff going on there. So that's a nice looking chart. Yeah, nice looking chart. And then let's see. Yell, trying to hold that 3 on a 15-minute chart. Yell, that was a AI alert. Yeah. Through it was coming through here early. I think it halted early, right? It halted in the first couple of minutes of trading. I haven't watched it since. Yeah, $3 gonna be a tough number for it going back to here. How far back this chart goes? 33 million in that float. So up above 3, you might see it get rolling again. Volume has obviously taken a tick down. We can see a little perk up in volume here. We'll see what happens moving forward from there. Think he's a solid dude. I'm guessing you're talking about Elon Musk. Yeah, I mean, I never believe anything that I see written about people in papers and things like that. I don't know anybody with firsthand experience on him, so I don't know. Maybe he's a good guy to get a burger with. I mean, let me rephrase that. I'd love to get a burger with him, just because. Anyways, 1726 was the trigger on CLF. So where it's at now? I don't remember what the prices were on that CLF. All right, so it's in the money. In the money. not getting much help from the market today, obviously, right? So we'll see what happens here, especially if the market gets a little roll there to the upside. IONQ, I've been in and out of this a ton. Got some price alerts set here for it. Really nice moves here. Long bases it's pulling out of on this here. Love to see it take one more push up here before we do this again. But, sellers came in for it hard off the open. Buyers came right back, and they've been battling ever since right now. So if it can get back above that, I don't know, was it 1940-ish? Yeah, 1940 or so. I think it could roll then. It's holding above that. If it can hold above that 1910, 1915, somewhere in there, I think that might be enough fuel for it to get rolling. But not a ton of not really any abnormal volume in a period. I was gonna say not a ton of abnormal volume, not any really abnormal volume in it at all at the moment. So it might need a little help from Mr. Market, Mrs. Market. But I like IONQ. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Perfect circle. I mean, it's obviously it's made a huge move already. From the springtime, huge move. It's up 454% since January 1st. So, but body in motion and all that, right? Body in motion stays in motion. All right, I think I'm caught up to everything here. If I've glossed over something or I didn't touch something as a topic that was put in here well enough, or just skipped it in general, I'm scrolling back through. I think I got to everything. If I missed something, just please let me know. Oh, sorry, David put something about TUP. Kind of did that. Oh, okay, yeah. When we were talking about, I think pulling off the bottom, right? I don't know what to make of this. I mean, everybody uses Tupperware, but it's, publicly traded company. I don't really know what to say. Excuse me. Excuse that yawn. I apologize. Definition of a falling knife. Obviously, for whatever reason, crazy actions come into it recently. I'm not sure why. But can't argue with the last several days for day trading, right? I mean, you got, let's see. I would say, you had this gap up day here, and then a nice move here, a tradable move here, and another one here, and here we are again another day. So several very, very nice tradable days there. I would go with on Tupperware brands. They've been around forever, right? Founded in 96. That's it. Really, Tupperware's only been around. I guess you've had other ones that didn't have the name Tupperware, but serving the same purposes. Let's see here. All right, so there's MSGM. Whoa, Motorsport Games. Well, this thing likes to do the crazy. 1.2 million in the float. So there you have it, sports fans. Pretty wild. This thing has had to have done some reverse splits, I'm guessing. Obviously, they got some kind of news today. That's pretty serious, though. Let's see. Temporary halt, pre-market movers. Yeah, I don't know. That's a sizable. The spread isn't. The spread has been decent on it at points. I'm watching it now. All things considered, I've seen worse spreads. Huh. Watch this here for a little bit. We talked about Yell EBS. Yeah, it's got that there. It might be a little room here. What does it look like on a weekly chart? Yeah, a little bit of room on the weekly chart here for EBS. Obviously, I was looking at it earlier in the day. I got a price alert that's set there. That was before. That was when I thought I might actually trade today. Keep an eye on it here. EBS just talked top. RVMD. Haven't seen you today, have I? Whoa. So big gap down. Pretty good sizable gap down there. Huge reversal off that gap down, right? Up 9.25% just about. Summarized by sectors? No, there isn't. We have one set of options filters. We don't have a sectors filter even. This is what we have here. I mean, the only other thing you could do is you could build a sector list and you could put the options data in there, right? So you could, you can create a sector list and then just duplicate this really fast. And you can add, any of the options stuff you wanted as a, options volume today, shows a column. Show us a column, something like that. And then you can sort on this here on like either the contracts or the options volume percent like that. So, look, boat's got some options going on. Anything above 100 is, quote unquote abnormal. So not much going on in the abnormal section for sectors and options today. Pretty mute, actually. Very mute, actually, for a lot of these. That would be the closest thing that you could do there, Trevor. And I've created a sector list that you all could use if you wanted. So if you were to go to, you could do this kind of easily. So we'll just walk through this exercise. So if you want if you go new top list and then go to symbols lists, go to add existing list and scroll down and look for sector analysis users guide. If you click on that, throw a check mark in there, and so it says only the following lists. Then you can put the columns you want in there, but that would give you this here. It would give you this list of sectors that I've done. There's like 70 sectors in there, I think, something like that. So, it's a lot of the main ones that people are looking at. You can always add to it as well. And then you could add the columns that you want. So, if you come to configure and you come to search, you could add whatever columns, click on it and show column. And if there's a column you don't want that's in there by default, you could come in, click on the selected columns and move it back over like that and get rid of the columns that way. That would be the best workaround that I'd have for you on that, Trevor. But we don't have it as an independent data filter options volume by sector. Sorry. I read yesterday Yellow has ceased operations and is going out of business. I'm not sure who Yellow is. Is Yellow Yell? All right. Could be. You full well know me. I don't read the news. I take painstaking efforts to stay away from the news. So they absolutely could have something like that going on. Doesn't seem unreasonable. Oh, MSGM. Boy, that went, huh? Halted. Oof. I thought to myself on a 550 break again, maybe I wanted to be a player here. Well, we were busy doing other stuff, I guess. A near impossible week for me to trade. Is ANET a good short scalp? I couldn't possibly answer that. Look at the chart, but I'm not going to tell you, yes, it's a good short scalp. I'm not going to tell you, it's anything other than, this thing's way up. So I don't know what you'd be scalping off of, unless you're trying to short it off a 190 fail. But I wouldn't even know what you were basing that off of. This thing's in a very long-term uptrend. Came back, filled that gap, tested it a couple times, and it's really kind of been off to the races since. So, it looks like a strong chart to me overall, but I don't scalp like that, and I especially don't short scalp. Sorry there, Larry. It's holding this 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart beautifully. It's holding it also on a 3-minute chart. So unless you're anticipating a break of that for some reason, but keep in mind, you've got a spread there. I'm looking at it right now. You've got, 12, 13, 14 cent spread at times. So it's not like you're going to do it with market orders. That's for sure. You're not gonna scalp it with market orders. Meta looks pretty darn good to me for being one of the most hated companies on the planet. Holds that 300 level. You're looking at those two levels right there. You're looking at 350, and then you're looking at all-time highs back here for Meta. This thing has come out of its bottom like a cannon. There was no bottoming process to this. It was very, very weak bottoming process. The thing came, it just dropped out like a rock and then up. Sideways for a couple of weeks, up. Big gap up. Bit of a flag here on that, and then up. And then another flag here, and then up. And another small flag here and up. And one might even call another flag there, right? A lot of flags, as a matter of fact. Really strong chart. Yeah, real strong chart. Can't argue that. Obviously now it's got this in front of it, but you've got, again, some defined risk levels here. 300, your risk level is the bottom of that candle, your risk level, right? Are you going ultra, I won't say ultra, but you're, a little more risky down in here. This is obviously a level that prices liked. And if we were to zoom back in time, let's throw a line on here. So, we can see that price likes this line quite a bit. Look at it come down, test this before just giving it up completely here. I'm going to run up into it and down, run up into it and down, run up into it, down, run right through it, and a run right back through it, and a run right back into it. So, above this line, it's a very healthy stock. Caught it at 319.50. I'm guessing that was for a day trade. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, look, off that break right there. Nice move off that break on 320. RGTI. GTI. No, computing. What are we talking about? Computing and AI bubble and how much I really do love bubbles. This is an interesting one. It's not a small float for a low price stock. Big time volume. Really making big moves off that sub dollar. It's like a sub quarter stock almost. Interesting. Full stack quantum computing services. Look, we saw, we talked about BBAI earlier, right? Having done something like this, this might be the next one to do it there. That RGTI, for all I know, it's over now, but body in motion and all that, and it's got room here, right? It's a good looking chart. We take it all to, take it all in stride here. So, sub $3 stock. It's made 300% move since January 1st. We can't ignore those things like that, but holds up above this level, 350 and change, $4, right? It's not unreasonable. It's not impossible. We've seen more without any question. See, it only goes back to April of 2022, March of 2022. Sorry. Interesting. All right. Thanks, Bob, for pointing that out. That's interesting. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna like that chart. I'm gonna go right ahead and like that chart. AMSC. This thing is really, holy mackerel. I want to move. So this thing has been nowheresville for so long. Part of that bubbly run up, down, big base, exploded off of that move there, really exploded. Room up to that 20 level if it somehow could keep going. That's major though. On a swing trade, that's a big time chase now. Obviously, day trade, look, it's got a great range to it, plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity. So on a day trade, if you've got some kind of setup that you like in there, obviously the active traders are all over it today. They've been all over it for a couple of days, it looks like. Yeah. I have no idea. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing, but under 30 mil in that float, the thing's just flying like that. I don't know if it's a pump and dump, honestly. It's been in a slight uptrend recently, right? Makes a nice move up, a pullback, but never pulls all the way back, right? Grinds higher, gets sideways, and then, just really off to the races here, but it's had an uptrend right up into here. You're going to want to see it settle down for several days or a week or two or something, before, at least on a swing trade perspective, before just going in at it. I feel like that would be pretty dangerous to do. At least for me. Let me rephrase that. For me, it would be dangerous to go in on a swing trade. Now you've got this massive gap here. It's up, 46.33% on the day here after these two moves, and you got those topping shadows. Buyers and sellers are fighting like that. So as far as swing trade goes, I'm going to need to see it settle and hold this gap for a few days, and what goes on from there. ATR, just average true range, So you count back. Standard ATR is 14 periods. And so it's taking highs and lows of those periods, essentially. What causes the pop and drop? I mean, just the basics of buyers and sellers. Everybody's looking at different levels where they want to be owners or sellers of the stock, essentially. It's just, kind of human nature. But sorry. So you're taking, you're taking 14 days, and you're taking a simple moving average of that series for that range of indicator, for that range on the indicator. The idea is to show the average price swing, essentially, over that specified time, and that's what it's trying to do, if that makes sense. So over those 14 days, essentially, what is the swing in price, the average swing in price for that? It's a volatility indicator, essentially. And so, people that are building strategies that want to find stocks that are more volatile, they would give it, a minimum ATR of, $1 or $3, or, whatever. The ATR is calculated in dollars. It can be converted to percent, but it's done, it's done traditionally as a dollar, essentially. I don't use it. I know some people have used it for things like stops in the past. So use the stop at the bottom of the average true range. So it's, used in two facets: one for risk management, and then two for finding stocks that have a high true range of, for trading purposes. People, you don't want to find stocks that only have, a 3 or 4 cent range if you're trying to find things that, move a lot for trading. Does that have anything to do with short float? No, nothing to do with short float whatsoever. Nada to do with short float, completely independent of short float. I mean, the anticipation would come from those if-then statements, Trevor, in the sense of this here. All right, so let's take a look at AMCS, right? This seems to be a pretty important level right here. So if it breaks this level, then it's likely to test the low of the day. If it breaks low of the day, it's likely to begin to fill this gap, right? So that's the only way to really anticipate, for people that use different indicators. So let's just say someone was, tried and true on a 8 EMA 5-minute right here, right? So we can see this red line that's on my chart. I'm just kind of traced it a little bit. Someone might say, if it breaks back above this here, that EMA, then maybe it's taking a shot back at $16 again, for example. And so I don't know that that's an anticipation necessarily, but that would be as close to as an anticipation as I would venture to say. But again, rolling with if-then statements. Now, does that mean it will happen? No, of course not. If this happens, then this is a likely scenario, is what we'd be looking at for that. How do you see ATR on the charts? I don't know if we have it on charts. I'm on the developmental version, so I might have it, you might not. But here, click on, where is it? Squiggly line. And look, there's average true range. So here you go. And you can see what today did to it. So this thing was sub 20 cents on the ATR, and all of a sudden, bang, because of today, shot that off. That would be how you do it.
Get out of here. Oh, Chris can't hear me. I keep forgetting. He has a timer that comes on
Oh,
about
wow. I should put my
12:55.
earphones back in. I didn't realize it was
There,
12:55
yeah, now
already.
he can hear me. Now he can hear me.
Time
Hi,
flies
Chris.
by. He's already here.
Yeah. The first thing I said was, "Get out of here!" But of course, you couldn't hear me, but they all heard me. The other thing I would say about the average true range, one of the ways people use it is we have something called today's range, okay, and that is the change. That's the change of the ATR from the open. So, for instance, let me just grab my screen, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Jamie and anybody else, if you can see in the today's range, if you can see my single stock window, it says 287%. Right above it is the average true range. So KRG over the last, as Chris was explaining, over the last 14 days has had an average, say 42 cents from the high and the low of the day. That's an average over the last 14 days. Today, it is 2.8 times that. Okay. 2.8 times that. So it would be, let's make the math simple, about $1.20. The range has been $1.20 today, approximately. So that's another way to zero in on stocks that are having abnormal activity. Something that normally has a range of X, today is having a range of 3X.
Gives me thoughts when I'm playing around with the back tester. Even though I've never built anything significant, I still like to play with it once in a while.
Mm-hmm. And you're right. It's got zip to do with the short float.
Yes. Yeah. That's just going to be, the shares in the float, the percentage of shares in the float that are reported to be short, held in short.
Yeah, so the average true range, I'm sorry, Jamie was asking about the average true range of NCLH. So again, over the last, I thought it was 10 days, but okay, 14 days, the average true range has been 73 cents. Today, it's 2.3 times that. Okay, 237%. So, it's obviously because it's an earnings play and all that, and it's being thumped down. So typically on a typical day, it usually has the difference between the high and the low is about 73 cents. Today, it's 2.3 times that.
Yeah, it's Wilder's ATR. So the standard is 14, but I mean,
Okay.
people use all kinds of, I've seen everything at this point.
Well, and it's just because when people ask, well, what is your average volume over?
Yeah.
We always say, what's 10 days? But you're right, it is the Wilder, so it is 14 days.
Yep. Exactly.
But you're right. I don't use it, but you know what? I mean, it's not a bad. It's not another bad metric if you're just looking for stocks having abnormal activity.
Yep. Exactly. So, all right, you've got the screen back.
Oh yeah, I got the screen back, and so you can go.
Yeah, I'll go back to my little hole.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Barry.
So much for
thank you, everyone else. And I don't know. I'll catch you in a little bit here, actually, Barry. Catch you in about an hour.
You bet. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Back. Well, let's see. AI is making a new high here, guys. I can see AI is making a new high. The stock AI. I saw this Sky T earlier. Is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. Okay, not an earnings play. I saw this one quite a bit earlier. Just give me a moment. Now, guys, today is Tuesday. You know what that means? This is leaf blowing day. So I don't know what is going to happen with this noise canceling. I may have to mute myself. They're not there yet, but when they come outside my window, it'll get pretty darn noisy. So you guys let me know. Taco Tuesday. All right, guys. So right now, the market for me anyway is in a bit of a rest mode. However, I did notice this one. So look at this. Look at this move for RVMD. RVMD at 1010. The price was 27.71, 29.55 now. This is from the 10-day daily breakout. I just flat out missed that one. It's always, yeah, you're right. Vacuuming day is Thursday. Well, in honor of PJ, I'm going to do my video today on a net, ANET. Would even mention your name. Okay, guys, what time is it right now? 1:02. Yeah, I think I'll hold off my video for another 5 or 10 minutes. But yeah, this MSGM, I almost, you know what? It almost did what I wanted it to do. So remember earlier I was talking about. Oh, wait a minute, that's the second halt, though. May not have done it. So the halt happened. The first halt, I guess, at 6:47, but I was on my break. Yeah, so I don't know if it dipped down below 6:47. It resumed at 6:79, but then it might have dipped down below 6:47. That's when I might have taken it, but I was on my break. Guys, I mean, this is completely off topic. Of course, I think I told you guys yesterday that the house next door to us is being demolished. I'm telling you what, the guy who operates that machine, that demolishes and then picks up all the debris and loads it into the truck. I don't know how much this guy gets paid. I don't think he gets paid enough. That is some dangerous job, and to do it fast, I mean, it is truly amazing. He's got link something or the link cat or something. Oh, Bobcat. No, it's a huge. It looks like one of like Jurassic Park T-Rex with the big jaws. It's amazing, truly amazing. I don't know how much these guys get paid an hour, but wow. Oh, anyway, sorry. Oh yeah, he's demolishing a whole house, and then everything's being ripped up. It's a huge lot. A bobcat. Guys, don't I've been talking about Yell. Don't lose sight of Yell. I mean, it could have that late day run. I mean, it's not 100%. Of course, nothing is 100%, but you know what? I mean, look at it. It's doing exactly what I would anticipate something that would maybe have a late day run do. Again, this does not mean take it because Barry said it's going to have a late day run, but you can see what it did. Had the huge, huge move. It dropped. Now it's just kind of, chopping around a little bit, but just hanging around that three level. And I do have my alert set around 310 or so. And I want to see, and especially if the volume comes back, what's going to have a late day run, right? Anyway, this is just setting up, because it has not given, I mean, it did have a little, well, not a little, that was a big drop down to 250 and all, but other than that, it's just kind of held the VWAP, obviously. And instead of a massive sell off, look, I mean, this came from 60 cents 2 days ago, but it hasn't had like a massive sell off yet. Of course, lots of new people in it yesterday, lots of new people in it today. And the ones that are hanging on are, of course, hoping for that high of day break and maybe have that challenge of four, which is looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm going to call it a meme stock, retired. I mean, whether it's truly you want to give the true definition, I don't know. But I mean, I'm just going to call these things that really shouldn't be doing what they're doing meme stocks. And yeah, RBM. Look at Rhythm too, guys. I mean, this is actually from our AI and earnings play. Our RYTM. The big deal right now is the 200-day moving average, 2230. Now, will it get stalled there? Will it get stalled there? There are lots of shares available for me to short. Yeah, I don't know what's going to what the float is. I'm sure we don't have it. I have to go to another site. We have this wrong. Oh, we have it right now. Okay, it's in. So we have it. If you look at it this morning, it was a pink sheet stock. We had it as a pink sheet stock. Now this says NASD, but I mean I'm looking at Interactive Brokers and it says Amex. But regardless, it's not a pink sheet stock anymore. Now, what is the float? Let's see if this site has the float. We're obviously having problems. I mean, I'm unhappy, with our provider. It's just not, I don't know what's happened. Looks like the float is 2.27 million. Okay. And that is for the SNMP. Yeah, XPEV, you're right, Jamie. I mean, I was thinking that XPEV, I think maybe the problem with XPEV today is that the overall China market is now down. Okay. The overall China market is down. So KWEB is giving it up a little bit. So it's probably affecting XPEV anyway. Yeah, that I don't know, ST. I don't use the IB chart. So, but I've heard that before that even though you're seeing quotes where you can see you have it in your order entry, sometimes, yeah, an IPO for some reason, some of them don't show up. But I don't know. I mean, this is Japanese, but I don't know. The PXDT though I think is US. It shouldn't matter. Yeah, this is not a good one. Okay, guys, I will do my video now. So put my announcement in. Back around. What time is it now? 13:10. Say 1:20. All right, guys. So I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I will. I'm back. No, we'll be back. I am back. Sorry. Lost my thought there for a second. Oh, I got all excited here. I saw this one. Well, I thought it was Yell, but no, Well Tower. Well Tower earnings play, guys. Wow, this is interesting. Not an all-time high, but next high looking left is 86.68. So I mean, it could have a bit of a run, a little bit of a run left in it. Well Tower, WELL. See if it breaks out over 85. Okay, guys. Now speaking of Yell, creeping over three now, just creeping over three. Hmm. Okay, guys. I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but this is getting really interesting again for the Yell. And you guys can probably hear the leaf blower approaching. Really? Maybe the noise canceling working or something. Okay. Well, that's interesting. The guys, I'm paying extreme attention to something, and you probably know what it is. Oof. I have taken some off this. I mean, you got to be careful. I mean, there's not, but it's above the high of the day now. Yell. Is the average range on ANET. I don't think I ever really looked at. Well, obviously it's going to be a lot more than normal. Yeah, the average range is $5.70. That's over the last 14 days. For today, it's three and a half times that. All right. Don't wander. If you got into this one, guys, do not wander away from your computer. Okay. If you got into the yell, here's another one that is keeps showing up. I mean, it happened a long time ago. Actually, not that long ago, guys, or not that long ago price wise. Leg. Now, is there any room for this one to run? Little bit. 3117 is the next high looking left for LEG. Okay, guys. Looking to get back in Yell maybe later on, but you've got to be awfully careful. And I keep saying that because yeah, you can put stops in, but these sort of trades can just blow right through your stop. For me, this was what I would call a feel trade. Okay, but if it can get going again, it's got a shot to the 4 level. Okay. Okay, guys. Now the other one that's hanging in on the VWAP still is Tup. I mean, Tup could have a late day run also. I probably want to wait for well, the highs of the day are around 6. Are you asking me if I bought? No, I don't buy stocks on this screen. No, but you have to listen to me. When I talk about Yell, I mean, I said the big thing was getting over 3. Okay, and it hit my price alert, which was about 315, 316 actually was my price alert. And I cannot tell people what to buy or sell. All I can do is point out what I'm looking to do, and if it makes sense to you, if you have a trading plan that allows you to do that, then you can go for it. Ugh, RVMD. I think this went through that. Yeah, what a move. What a move. The next high looking left is still up here, 3139 with 50 cents away. Amazing. It's not an earnings play either. After the company announced a definitive agreement to acquire EQRX in an all-stock transaction. It's sort of interesting because now you can see the initial reaction was not good. Was not good, actually, and that typically is a reaction. The acquiring company gets hit a bit, but after, after that news got absorbed, what a move. Yeah, I mean, I would say certainly, I mean, I didn't really see this, but at 11:45 on, it's been straight up. I mean, one could argue that from 9 o'clock pre-market, it was straight up until 10, so that's an hour straight up, paused a bit, and then from 11:45 till now, straight up. I keep saying I'm going to demonstrate the simulator. I just don't. I just get too tied up in other stuff. But let's see if we can maybe take a trade in the simulator to show you how you can do it and how you should practice trading. Yeah, well, that high is when January 20. Well, this January, that's the high right there. Okay, let's just have some fun here. I'm going to take a short of this GFI. I'm going to short 300 shares, sell. The spread is only a penny, so and then we're going to put a stop at the VWAP, 14.18. Just to show you how you can do this. And you're going to see approximately minus 123 on the chart. Now, had I been really sizing correctly, that would have said about a 100. It's close enough, 123. And why would I do that? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Again, this is in the simulator, but looking left, 13 is the next low. So that we'll say is 80 cents away. And from where I'm in to the stop is about 40 cents. What is my cutoff for spreads? It depends on the price. I mean, obviously, looking at a higher price stock, you're going to have a higher spread, but it's a feel thing, Trevor. There's no, I mean, obviously with the GFI, there's only a 1 cent spread. But I mean, if this were like a 20 cent spread, I wouldn't have done it as an example. But it's a little more of a feel thing. It's not absolutely a hard and fast rule for me. Now, the other thing is the time of day. Early on in the day, you'll have even stocks that have had a lot of volume. Sometimes you can get some pretty bad spreads early on in the day when it's very volatile. Later on in the day, if it's still like that, then I would shy away because later on in the day, it should have had enough time to sort of settle down a bit spread wise. I mean, my one of my losers today was the AIXI. And see, right now, the spread is 970, 976. Now, when I took that trade, the spread was about 20 cents. But, the only reason I did it, 20 cents, but it was hanging over $10. Hanging over $10. I thought, okay, it's hanging over $10 for quite a while. All time high. One of those stocks that I thought, okay, will a 20-cent spread really matter if it moves, two, three, $4? Of course, it didn't do it for me, but so that's why I'm saying it's not a hard and fast rule for me. It'll be almost like a case by case. situation. I mean, look at a net 67.82. Now, if that were, a $1 stock, you'd run. Okay. But a $186 stock, 67.82 is nothing. 186.67, 186.82. That's nothing. Well, and this is the one I was thinking about, guys. This is from our AI. Okay. RYTM. Now, look at this. I mean, will it get through that 200-day moving average, 2230? That has been a great trade from the AI. You see right there, 2097 was the alert. Chopped around a bit. You had all sorts of time to get into it if you wanted to. It moved up to 2170. It came right back down, got down below 2097, hit 2097 again. So you had a lot of time to get into this one if you wanted to. And if there's anybody listening wanting to auto trade the AI, no. Okay. We do not recommend auto trading. Well, I don't recommend auto trading anything, but if you have a strategy that you want to auto trade and you're comfortable doing it, fine. But I'm still hoping that we just delete the ability to auto trade the AI. The AI, in my opinion, is a watch list. And so you don't have to get into the trade right away, right on the second you get the alert. You have time, you should have time to be able to take a look at the trade. What, for instance, what if right now, what if the AI was alerting to this one right now and there's the 200-day? Why would you take the trade? Okay. Why would you take the trade? Now I get it. I understand the people that want to turn the AI in the morning, let it run all day and count their money at the end of the day without having to, maybe they just leave for 4 or 5 hours. It's just not going to work that way, guys. Have I always been a numbers guy? How do I answer it? Well, I went through engineering, so I guess that's kind of a lot of math. Somebody in our YouTube room. Boy, I mean, look left on this rhythm. This could be interesting tomorrow, guys. The earnings play today. When you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is way up here at 27.36. So that's $5 away. Yeah, I'm gonna sit this stage out on the yell. What I'd rather see happen is, more around 2:30, late a little bit later on. You see, we get that late day thrust. Well, you can put the 200 period moving average on the 15-minute chart, Jamie. So you're asking though on a 15-minute chart if that's a 200-day move. Like I don't think you can. Like I'm not. Yeah, I don't think you can. So you want to see. a line that represents the 200-day moving average on the 15-minute chart. Is that what you're trying? Is that what you want to see? Yeah, I don't think you can. I mean, you can put the 200 moving average on the 15-minute chart, but it's related to the 15-minute chart. So I don't, unless Pepe has an idea, I don't think you can. I never even thought about that because I always have my daily chart. I always have my daily chart. I always have my single stock window that tells me exactly where it is. So for me, but I do understand that might be an interesting visual to see. I don't think you can do it, right, Pepe? You cannot put the 200-day moving average on the 15-minute chart. You can do it in Trading View, okay? No, I understand how, but I think what he wants that 200, he wants that line that represents the 200-day moving average on a daily chart on the 15-minute. So you're saying you can do that at Trading View? Okay. Yeah, I mean, Steve does that thing. Yeah, you're right, Pepe. He does that thing with what the 5-day moving average on the 15-minute chart, or the something the five or the 5 period on the. I don't know how to do it. Well, on the chart, you can define any period you want. So, I mean, if I want to create on, if that's what you're talking about, I mean, if I go to indicators and I go to moving average, so I can indicate any period I want. So there's probably something mathematically on the 15-minute chart using a certain period that will probably show the daily. Ah, okay, that's right, Leanne. 130 on the 5 on the 15. 130, the 5-day on the 15-minute chart, right. So you actually tried then? I'm talking to Leanne now in the main room. You actually tried to get the 200-day moving average on the 15-minute chart? Okay, and you can't do it. But you can, but yeah, because all that's going to give you is the 200 on the chart on the 15-minute time frame. Anyway, yeah, so there it is way down here, which of course is not the 200-day moving average. Well, yeah, I always want to have the daily open. So yeah, for me, that would not be a big deal. Guys, this is interesting. RYTM, maybe you're going to struggle to get through the 200-day moving average as we keep talking about it. You might struggle to get through it. So I mean, for me, where's the VWAP? 2118. So that's way down here. You know what? If this breaks down through maybe gets down to 2192, I may take a little bit of a short on this on the RYTM. Okay. Well, certainly it's struggling to get through the 200-day so far. Yeah, Larry, if you took, I know somebody in our YouTube room was talking about where might there be a possibility to short ANET around the 190 mark. So if you took that one, yeah, that's almost a $5 move now. Yeah, Interactive Brokers, there are 524,000 shares available to short for RYTM. So obviously, most brokers probably have shorts available. Yes, tough. You're right. Tough did pop. The high today for TUP is about, looks like it's around just underneath 6, I think, for TUP, TUP. Now, listen, guys, shorting tops are and trying to play bounces is probably one of the hardest things you can do. The only thing I'm seeing here, again, just because of that 200-day moving average, looks like it's trying to stall it. But obviously, a strong, strong stock on earnings. In retrospect, when you see something that really moves down, you think, "Oh man, that would have been easy." No, hardest thing to do. If you're new to trading, I would just steer clear of it. 50 million in the float. So it's not high, not low. We're talking about the RYTM. Meanwhile, MSGM just made another new high, guys. MSGM just made another new high. This could get halted again. Through the 200-day moving average, like nothing. But let's take a look left. Where could it keep going if you took this one or were thinking about it? 774. So it's above that. Looks like the next high is 10. 888. I'm sorry. The next high looks like it's 888 for MSGM. Sorry, yeah, MSGM. Had a pretty good day, only 133% move. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And that's why you wait. Look at rhythm now, guys. So look at rhythm now. Do you think, well, I mean, the 200-day stalled it for a bit, but look at it now. So that's why I wanted to wait for a break of 22 before I would even consider shorting it. A heck of an alert from the AI, our AI. Hmm. So let's see now. Will it come back down to the VWAP? Sorry, the 200-day moving average and bounce off it? RYTM. Okay, guys, a late entry to the option scanner, a late entry, AROC. After hours, it hit 13. After hours yesterday, hit 13. Earnings play. There's the high of the day is 1243. So right there. No clap. Well, keep an eye on this, guys. I mean, this is now a high of the day. Okay. It took a while because it, in the first 10:15, it hit the high and then it dropped. And now it's trying to run a little bit. Well, Pepe, somebody said my noise canceling was working. So I guess it isn't. Maybe Mini Me just has, it's hard of hearing. There you go. Good math. There you go. Of course. Yeah. So we can't display it. Only allows 500 periods max. Okay. There you go. Well done. Hey, cool. I think he's talking about the rhythm, RYTM, Leanne. Pretty sure. Look at. You don't even have to look at the 1 minute volume. Look at the 15-minute volume right there. What time is it now? 1:50. I mean, this hasn't even. This has still got 5 or 10. Sorry, 10 minutes. Here's my math. Still has 10 minutes to close. And look at the volume that's in that volume bar right there. And there's the high 940. That's the biggest volume bar. And this could challenge it. I mean, this still has 10 minutes. Is there a way to see stocks that have IPO'd in the last 2 weeks? I think there's a bit of a hack using the average volume or something over 10 days or 20 days. And if you put zero, well, or an SMA, sorry, an SMA. I think I think Stephanie may have come up with a hack on that. Let me just ask her. I'll ask the question. Okay, Trevor. I think it's something to do with an SMA, because stocks that have only been around for 2 weeks will not have like a 20-day moving average, something like that. Good for Steve on the not easy, guys. To come up with one stock as the trade of the week, CLF. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. What was the trigger again? 1726. Use a custom formula. Yeah, unfortunately that's not going to help him because of course it's not copyable and he probably doesn't know how to create one. Another earnings play, guys. Hey, PJ, look at this one. Otter Tail Core, all-time high. Now, not very much volume. That's the issue. What's the spread like? Not terrible. 88.48, 88.60. This is an all-time high earnings play. Just pretty light on the volume though. Is it a bargain? Well, it's hard to know, right? I mean, it's a bargain if it moves higher for you. It has not debuted very well, obviously. Well, again, this is Japanese stock. I don't know about Japan. I don't know about Japan. I don't know how well they've done. If this were a China stock or something, I'd be a little more interested. I don't know how well the Japanese. We don't see too many. Ah, oh, lost generation easily, William. I mean, I haven't. I don't think I've ever seen an index for the Japanese market, but I think I saw one a long time ago. And my goodness, if you wanted to invest in the Japanese market, it was just hopefully there were a lot of dividend stocks because they just didn't do anything. Okay, guys, let's see. Iraq is making a little bit of a move. Nothing significant yet. AROC. Okay, guys, Iraq's making a little bit more of a move now. AROC, late one on the option scanner. Don't get too many this late. You know what I'm really happy about though is that even though we are really heavy into earnings season, not getting many alerts, not too many. Definitely manageable. I thought this would be absolutely full, and I thought I was going to have to make some changes to the filters so that we didn't get so many. But I don't think it's not an issue. Well, it's not me. I've got nothing to do with Cliff, the CLF. Somebody just mentioned that it was making a 2-day high. Nothing to do with me. This is Steve Gomez. He comes up with the trades of the week. Well, there was a little cat meowing behind me. Anybody hear it? Okay, so that definitely not working. Okay, she needs a little bit of food. But Redfin partners with Zillow. Okay, so what's happening with what is Zillow? ZG or Boom Redfin? Okay, RDFN. I didn't see it. Don't see it anywhere. And why? Ah, that's why. Relative volume is not is still low because it just happened. It just happened. The relative volume is less than one. So most of my filters, most of anything I've got has a minimum relative volume of 3. But I've got 6 here, I've got 3 here, and I've got 8 here. So yeah, it wouldn't show up. As earnings coming up, also Redfin. CrowdStrike. Let's take a look at CrowdStrike. CR is it an earnings play? Number one, WD. Here's another one. I mean, it looks like AdNet. It's not an all-time high, obviously, but not an earnings play either. Interesting. Trading, there we go. Trading higher after Morgan Stanley maintains an overnight, raises the target from 163 to 178. Did not see that one in the pre-market when I was doing my when we're looking at the upgrades. Did not see that one. Too bad. We like Morgan Stanley now. Seriously. Too extended for me now, Brian. But yeah, I mean that is next high looking left is it's sort of right there. So the next high looking left is around 171.32. So about $4 away. Yeah, too bad. Briefing.com did not pick that one up for me today. Well, okay, if you're asking, I've been involved in a buyout, okay, and it didn't happen, and I got killed. So I mean, just because it looks like a buyout should happen, it doesn't absolutely 100% mean it's going to. Okay, so that's all I can say. But I got into one that looked like it was a solid, 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 and it really hurt me years and years ago. But I mean that's just anecdotal. I get it. So you can't say. I mean, I say this a lot. You might see something in the pre-market and it's flatlined. You know, in the pre-market, you see it's flatlined. You almost know that it's a buyout of some sort or a merger, and you check to see what the price is, and it's still underneath that price. And you think, well, why don't I just let's just make some math up or some numbers up. Buy us at 20. Okay, and the stock's sitting at 15. You think, well, I just buy everything, I just sell everything so I can buy it because it's going to 20. And unfortunately, that's just not the case. The other thing is that, if a buyout is announced, I mean, it could take months before, depending on, what's happening. Look at Microsoft and ATV, ATVI as an example. Look how long it took and it's still not 100% done, I don't think. I think there's still people that's screaming and yelling, saying it shouldn't go through. JetBlue and Save, exactly, Calvin. Yeah. Oh, RGTI guys, RGTI. Ah, Rigetti. Boy, they still has some room. 350 or so on the weekly. Just very anecdotal, but my buyout was back in I think 2007, 8, right during the financial crisis, and the company was bought. The price was it was struck. Everything. In fact, in our sort of our Wall Street Journal in Canada, the sort of the reasonable facsimile, the Globe and Mail, in their business section did a big, nice article on the president of the company, the CEO, and what a wonderful job he had done in a very trying time. This was a week before it was supposed to happen, and then it fell apart. And I was buying stock. I was buying stock up to yeah. Well, anyway, that was a bad point in my life, to be honest. Doesn't Pfizer have earnings coming up? Doesn't PFE have earnings coming up? Well, it has earnings today. Sorry. Yeah, it was earnings today. So it had a nice pop. Man, oh man, big pop up. And that just it looks worse than it is. I mean, that's 36, that's 37, it's 35.50. So it's a dollar 50 drop. Yeah, anyway, to sum up just what PJ said, I mean, there's a lot that can happen between the so-called day that a merger or a buyout gets announced and if and when it actually happens. A lot can happen. I'm gonna try something. I'm not gonna boot people out. I'm gonna leave and come back and see if that does a bit of an experiment. It's at the end of the day, but I'm gonna, so you're gonna lose my sound. You're gonna lose my screen. Okay, but don't worry, I am coming back. You guys on YouTube can hear me. Okay, now let's get the All right, I am back. So the experiment now is did the noise cancel is the noise canceling working now? Boy, this has been just a massive move down. What a move. SILV. Oh, I thought it was a $6. I thought the alert was at 6, but still 5 to 450. Okay. Well, sound hopefully. How's that? I just clapped. Okay, so the sound, so that's what it was. The noise canceling is working. So what happened is I got into the room and then I enabled the crisp. So that's good to know. I can leave the room and then if that happens again, I don't have to boot everybody out. But Peter, I don't use the 50, okay, at all. So I'm still learning. You were told, so who told you? But okay, anyway, the MACD on charts. I have the 1226 on my charts. What is telling me when the moving average goes below 50 SMA? I mean, I don't, I'm not a big, I'm only a 200 SMA. I mean, there are lots of people out there that look at the 20, 50, and the 200. So, I mean, in theory, for those people, I guess they would think that moving down below the 50 SMA is maybe as significant as a 200, but I'm not a 50 SMA guy. Again, things above those moving averages are in theory are strong and things below are weaker. I mean, that's kind of a very general way of looking at it. But I don't use MACD at all, so I really can't help you there. And I'm not sure any of the other traders use the MACD at Trade Ideas. I don't really hear them talking about it. Oh, rigatoni's on the move here, guys. RGTI. Again, looking left. Boy, looking left. Yeah, the next high is 356. There's room. There is room for RGTI, guys. I mean, it hit in the pre-market, it hit 330. See if there's any specific news on it. So again, Peter, I have the 200-day moving average, okay, on my daily chart. There will be others that will have the 20 and the 50, and they'll treat them very, as important areas also. I'm not saying they're not. I just sort of tend to look at the 200. Even Matt V. Good grief, I've been looking at this one also. Matt V. So Matt V just over 18 now, guys. And where is the next high? 1815. If it takes out 1815, it's got room to 1861. Sorry. So not an earnings play. So they did have some news. Rises 10% after the deal to sell their engineering paper business for wow, $620 million. That's a lot of money with only 53 million in the float. William, and what's the deal with Matt V then? MATV. That's a lot of money. How much of their business is left? Well, at some point it'll be a short, but I mean, right now, I mean, it still has room to run. RYTM still has room to run. I mean, it's a strong earnings play. At some point, yeah, looks like, why not try to find a top? Well, it's hard. It's really hard. Now, there was a top there, 2275, and it moved back down, but then all of a sudden it just popped right back through that 200-day moving average. So, I mean, this is super strong and it still has some room. Looking left on the weekly chart, 27, 27.36. Well, the market's had put in a nice little run here. Minor disconnect in the market. We've got the Dow up a little, we've got the Nas down a little, and the SPY basically flat. But a minor disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Well, this is a big move, guys, still for RGTI. It's not a low float, 75 million. Not crazy high, but it's certainly not low. But it's moving like a sort of like a low float stock. All right, guys. So I'm really not doing too much right now. I don't think I'll be doing any trading for the balance of the day. The only one that would get me a little interested is maybe the yell, but a lot of volume would have to come in. It would have to probably take out the high and but the only one that I could get interested in. All right, guys, what time is it? 2:21. So I think one last look at my homepage and the information you can get there. All right, on my homepage, this is what you'll see. You want to take out a subscription? There is a promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out a year's subscription, I can give you a 25%. Just have to let me know if you do want to do that. And so let's take a look. The Get Trade Ideas, there are four plans, the annual, annual and monthly for a premium and standard. This is, this is the premium and using it like a watch list. So there you have the rhythm, 8%. Probably most could not short yell. Okay. I hate this. I mean, we just should get rid of these numbers. They're really useless, to be honest. Just useless. And then on a monthly basis, 118 for the standard, 228. You take that 15% off the first month only. But again, I can get you a 25% discount if you do want to take out an annual. So what you can do is start off with a monthly if you want, and then later on, if you want, I can give you a 25% discount to take out an annual. But if you stay monthly, that's fine. Just understand that that will be the price you'll pay going forward. That 15% discount is only good for the first month. And as always, you take out a subscription, you must do this to get started. 30 minutes, 10 videos, runs you through your installation, your login, introduction to what the scans are. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, great course for you. Right? And it is a free. Sorry, I do a daily stock of the day video, a homage to PJ today. I did it on ANET. Trade of the week, which is doing pretty nicely. CLF is the trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, free. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And again, here are my scans. You want my scans? I don't share my entire layout. I think the better way to do it is you can just kind of pick and choose what you like. Not everybody wants everything. So you just kind of pick and choose what you want. Here's the doc momentum up and down right there. The pre-market act is up and down. I would look at it. That's what I use for the pre-market. There's the option plays right here. And there's a single stock window right here. And then the Halts resumes right here. Now, what you don't see is the don't repeat version of you can have it, of course, but there it is. And you don't see the daily breakouts. Okay. Now, I've individualized them in my homepage so that, you can pick and choose which ones you want. Some people don't want to short. So that's why I don't give the entire doc. Guys, RGTI. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So as always, if you do want to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my link. Okay. Use this link. Well, first of all, you can save my homepage, and then at some point if you do want to take out a subscription, use this. This is a free room. We use it for marketing. Company would like to see that it's working. Okay. And so anybody takes out a subscription using my link, the room gets credit for it. Okay. So please use my link if you're going to take out a subscription. And if you have some friends and family or whatever, you just want to show up into the room, I'm not talking about subscriptions now, but just, maybe want to learn something about the stock market, they can come on in. It's a free room. And there you go. There's our instant analysis from, or almost instant analysis from William regarding the MATV. When does Amazon release, or have they already? Okay, so they release on the 3rd, so a couple of days from now, because that's Thursday, after hours, Thursday. Apple must be this week sometime, right? Yeah, Apple the same time, after hours on Thursday. Do I see LSCC? No, I do not think I've seen that one from weeks in our YouTube room. Oh, yeah, earnings play, nice. I mean, the reason I don't see it is because 40, I think, is my maximum in all my filters in terms of a price range. But yeah, very nice. Another one, almost an all-time high. I guess this is up here, is the all-time high. So it still has a little bit of room, $97. Yeah, $4. A rock. A rock starting to move a little here, guys. AROC. Yeah, so we don't have a 4-hour chart as such. Here are our time frames. So we don't have a 4-hour chart as much. Yeah, I guess you can do it in Trading View. I don't even know what a 4-hour chart would look like. I never even thought about a 4-hour chart. Why use a 4 hour? I know you've been talking about a 4-hour chart forever. Close to the daily? Okay. So why not use the daily? Why confuse the issue? Sure, there's a reason, PJ. Boy, look at that CVNA. Almost 50 again. And the highs up here are 57. Amazing. I'm just reading this news about yeah, I mean, high short float percent. These people are just getting killed. Well, it depends where they shorted it, of course, but still. All right, guys, 2:31. So about 30 minutes left. I'll always say later if there are questions after 3 o'clock, but right now, plan is to wrap it up at about 3. RMBS, that was an earnings play, wasn't it? RMBS, I think it was. RMBS, Rambus. Yeah, it's still, so you're talking about a little, well, I mean, it's trying to hold the VWAP, 5268. It held the VWAP, I guess. Look at all the trading right around the VWAP, right? That blue line there, right around the VWAP. So it's popping a little bit above it. So, I mean, 5560, 5570. So it's about a little over $2 away from the next highs on the 15-minute chart. So if you were going to use the VWAP as a stop, okay, guys. Now this one, CBI, is an earnings play. Had an alert at 11:28. That's the time, and the alert was at 37:38, and it really didn't do much. But now it's starting to drop. 37:20 now. Boy, that's a late. That's a late one that actually turned out pretty nicely. I mean, it took a long time. CVI, there it is, 37:38, and especially if it broke down through 37, still, it's still positive for the day. This is on my option plays. Which scan you mean, Alex? On my option plays, way back here, 11:28 was the time. That was the first alert. The price was at 37:38. That's at 11:28. So that's quite a while ago, 3 hours ago, and it really didn't do much. But now look at it. No, you kept seeing it over and over and over again, but I hadn't seen it for so long that I had forgotten there was an earlier alert. Well, that's why, yeah, that's exactly why I like having the don't repeat. Look at this, guys. I mean, I'm not in it, but look at this. I mean, 36.94 now. Don't get too many late ones like this. So, well, that's exactly why I want the don't repeat. This is probably going to go negative. Look at that, only 17 cents up now. I mean, at one point, this was, way up here, 39 something, 39.34. That makes sense because 10 p.m. PST, really, or Eastern Standard Time, because I'm looking here. Certainly dropped on that first 15-minute or the second 15-minute candle. So you would think maybe this would hold at 36.64. This is yesterday's 15-minute chart. Maybe that'll hold it for a while. Yeah, look at rhythm. Oh my goodness. Well, I use these ones. I use the two that I really pay attention to, the option plays right there. And then this, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. These are what I concentrate on. I have other things, but if I could only have we're gonna have these two, this is all if I could only have two, this is what I would be using constantly. So the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, and then the option plays. Everything else, I mean, I look at the momentum, but I don't need it because this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout also most of the time. And again, I'm sharing all this, Jose. Now again, option plays, I'm not trading options. What I'm all I'm doing with the option plays is I'm just finding stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So CVI, as an example, doesn't trade options, doesn't really trade that many options contracts, only 1,000 today, but that's 3.5 times normal, 359%, 3.5 times normal. Okay, so that's why it's showing up. Oh, William, I saw exactly what you did there. The, the class clown. So again, Jose, if you want my scanners, click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see the scan section. So here they are, the option plays, and then the don't repeat version, where you can see the stock the first time it met all the filter requirements, and that's all. You'll only see it the first time. This one, you'll see it over and over again. You'll see like CVI over and over and over again as it kept making a new low. Whereas here, you'll only see it the first time it met all the filter requirements excuse me, which was at 11:28 Eastern time at 30, and the price was 37.38. So it got down to, I mean, that's great. Got down to 36.59, but it took a while. And then the 10-day daily breakouts and down are here. So you can have all these scans, assuming they meet your trading style. Yeah, I mean, there's a classic one with Manu, right? How many times has this been a done deal, right? I mean, back here, this was a done deal. The cutter people were, or somebody was going to take this over, you know? All right, guys. Well, I'm glad we got the noise canceling because Mr. Leaf Blower is literally, I'm waving to him right now. He's right outside my window. Man, even this BPT, I'm afraid to look what it is now. Okay, well, another fairly late alert, 8:01. Time was 2:22, and sorry, 8:01 was the price, 2:22, 8:09 now. I mean, it hasn't made a big move, but this SILV has been just moving down penny by penny all day long. Other earnings play. And you can see, I'll expand this just a little bit. There we go. So anything that is minus 0.25 or 0.25 is an earnings play today. So in that earnings day column, you can, most of the time you'll be able to tell why is the stock moving. And so the most obvious reason will be because it's an earnings play. Yeah, Yell. I mean, I'm trying to make up my mind if I want to do this late or well, I mean, in theory, I mean, there's the high of the day. You got up to almost 350, and then looking left, the next high is around 387. So it does still have a little bit of room. All right, now this is one that kind of burned me earlier today, guys, but it is now making a little bit of a move. That is AIXI. It's making a move over 10. Not a good spread right now, 999, 1016, but let's see if it takes out that high right there, 1041. That'll be an all-time high. Could get it running again. China stock. No idea what they do. I mean, I can read what they do, but what do they really do? Well, the unstoppable RVMD, guys. I mean, this is now getting close to that high there. 3130. Well, I'm sorry, it's over it. 3137. It's above that high now. What a so the market is rewarding these guys for making an acquisition. It's an all stock transaction, so no cash. Avgo. Let's take a look at Avgo from Brian in our YouTube room, AVGO. Well, now that's a little outside the price. Oh, this is Broadcom, of course, Broadcom. Well, what to say? All-time high. Way outside the now, I guess if you want to, go the option route, put your calls or something. But I have nothing really to add. It's basically an all-time high now. Unbelievable. All-time high. Looks like it's over here, 921.78. I used to golf with a guy who was involved in Broadcom a long time ago, and he had options and everything. He was a happy guy. This is back, yeah, it's a long time ago, but boy, new high after new high after new high. This is just like the rhythm. Seriously. RYTM and the RVMD. Short Spain, EWP. So Pepe, I will ask you a question if you're still here. All right. So let me just show you something. Hopefully this, see if I can capture this. So yesterday, yesterday when I tried to do a layout recovery because my layout just got completely messed up. And so I was trying to reassemble it, from scratch, and then I thought, okay, maybe there. And so yes, so I could have gone back to any one of these dates, and it just wouldn't let me. I kept getting an error message, some null void, or see if I can bring up the error message. Yeah, it just would not let me. It was really ticked me off. I may try it again today and see what happens, but ah, who knows what version. Anyway, I learned my lesson. I cannot. But it got completely I had to start from scratch. I had to figure out what port to use. I didn't even know I had to do this ActiveX stuff. I mean, it was just a mess. What version am I on now? I am on oh, if it's grayed out, does that mean well, it okay, great. Well, I can't change the version to stable, latest or beta. Help and about, will that tell me? I just don't know. I mean, I can see the build number and all that. That's July 26th. Oh, grayed out is the version I'm on? Ah, okay. Well, that makes sense. So I'm on the, so when I go to, so when I go to trade, change version and stable is grayed out. So that's the one I'm on. Okay. I'm on stable. Ah, a rock. I will tell you this, guys. I didn't think this would move at all. I did take a little bit in the, I mean, it has stayed there forever, but it is a nice little late day run. That was a late alert. You can see how late this was. I mean, 1:46 the time, 12:42. I mean, that's a very late alert from the option scanner. I don't mean late as in you should have seen it earlier. I just mean the fact that, well, and the reason being is because it hit a high early on in the day. And again, one of the filters, it has to be at the high of the day, like a real-time alert at the high of the day. So for that, I mean, I held that. It was at 12:44, and it did nothing for an hour. So the news works now. So the news does work now without you knowing. You're okay. Okay. Well, and then this morning I sweated like you wouldn't believe. I got into this NKLA and it allowed me to do it because I selected it, but I had to manually select allow pre-market trading or trading outside normal market hours. And I got in, then I tried to get out of it, and I forgot that I had to like say that again, pick that option again. Now I think I've got it so that it's a default that it'll go to, but I couldn't get out of the trade. Install the latest and try that. Change version, latest. Well, let me save my layout, see what happens. But why would I want to do that, Pepe? I mean, I have no problem right now with the news. Remember I mentioned Otter earlier, guys. Look at Otter. Just the problem I had with it, not very much volume. Well, maybe what I'll do, I want to save this because I know it works, but I will try the stable or the other one. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. So if I change, I see. Okay, I can do that. What time is it now, guys? Basically 2:57. So I think unless there are any questions, I will wrap this up. Oh, there's the yell, guys. I'm yelling. There's the yell. This could be interesting now. It's getting close to the high of the day. In fact, it got to the high of the day, popped above it. Are there any questions right now? Because otherwise I'll just shut down. But listen, I'll stick around if there are questions. So you think if I change it to latest, then I'll be able to load some of those old layouts? Yeah, who knows, Pepe? Who knows if that's the version? Okay. All right. Okay, guys. Yeah, it's a beautiful day in Vancouver, so I'm definitely hopping on my bike once I get out of this room. So, guys, thanks for I know it's few distractions for me regarding IB. So thanks for putting up with that. And tomorrow is Wednesday, so let me change my script. Okay, guys. Again, I don't see any questions, so I think I will shut down. So again, thanks for all the help today. Room will be open. The main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock, and then I'll get on the mic at 9 for both YouTube and the main room. Okay. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, the same thing.